The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Dashing through the snow in the one horse open sleigh. Over the hills we go, laughing all the way. Till somebody's free, making spirit bright. Oh, what a fun this to ride and sing a song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun this to ride and a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun this to ride and a one-horse open I say, dashing through the snow in the one-horse open sleigh. O'er the hills we go, laughing all the way. Till somebody's ring, making spirit bright. What a fun these to ride and sing a song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun these to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Yeah. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun these to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Rosinha uli die sombranzelten maak. Et zo te saluda antes de hom nega. Radzals and malak estrezas durante em todo memu. A no que distância como cupo que palo zaniman malak coffee e con una sughiairi prepara tu la notte nai banderata caighi pues atan fanni bandera co esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat para i honra para i gloria abiba isla sin parat para i honra para i gloria abiba isla sin parat todo i tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendición con chai peligro när fanns av fuham dus protehis languan conchai piligu när fanns av fuham dus protehis languan.
Christmas in the islands, you hear the people say. It's Christmas in the islands, the old Chamorro way. They serve Bonello's dogu in just the same old way. It's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. It's fine and good, it's good money, the old Chamorro way. Hey, it's Christmas in the village, you hear the children sing. They play their Christmas programs and decorate the trees. They sit around and listen to Grandpa's Christmas stories. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. It's jungle bells and coconut shells. Santa's on his way. Here we go. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old Chamorro way. Fine and good, it's gold money, the old Chamorro. We'll do it one more time. Whoa. Let's get the audience. Kid, would you like to get the audience to sing Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching with us? Yeah, that would be fun. Can you do it and help us out? Tell them, okay? Say, come on, all right? Hey, there you go. It goes like this. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's good money, the old tomorrow. All right, just the audience now. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Just this side, all right? Ready, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow way. Hey, very good. Give them a nice warm hand. Yeah. All right, this side. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Again. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow way. Now this side. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow. Everybody now, okay? Fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow. Everybody now. Yeah. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Come on. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's government money, the old tomorrow way. Hey, kids, do you know the song Jungle Bells, Coconut Shells? Okay? Okay, let's do that. Pat, do you know that song? All right, come on in, let's go. All right, now don't forget, I know you guys know that too. Okay. Way out here in Guam, there's no hope for snow. Beneath the lovely palms, a typhoon sure could blow. Santa surely knows what the tropics will allow. Instead of using 8 reindeer, he'll use a carabao. Whoa! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse truck today. Hey! Jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a two-horse. Yeah, well, I know it's December. It feels just like July. The Christmas spirit's in the air 'cause everyone is wearing a lei. But when the tropic sun lights up all the Christmas trees, you can bet it's in the air 'cause Christmas time is here. Yeah, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a ride today. Hey, jungle bells, coconut shell, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a carabao truck today. Hey, thank you guys. So you were great. Shall we ask them to sing along with us? Since it's going to be on TV, and they might as well see themselves singing it. Okay, everybody now, you know that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Jungle bells, coconut shells, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a wire boat today. Jungle bells, coconut shells, sticker birds all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a caravan today. Thank you. Give yourselves a nice warm hand. Thank you. Woo! All right, here we go. Let's end it up here now. 1, 2, 3. Say ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Ching-a-ling-a-ling, ching-ching. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. Well, it's fine and good, it's gold money, the old tomorrow way. It's jungle bells and coconut shell, Santa's on his way. That's my say. Thank you.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Hey, Sabrina.
Half a day.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Blue skies smiling at me.
Good
Blue
morning.
skies outside.
Right out the gate, I want to wish my mom a happy birthday. She's in Las
Happy
Vegas.
birthday.
So happy birthday, Mom.
What's your mom's name, Brie?
Lolita Solis.
What's her, because I'm pretty sure they don't call her Auntie Lolita. What do they call her? What's her nickname?
Auntie Lit.
Auntie Lit. Yep. Yep. Lit.
Yep.
She's that lit auntie.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Happy birthday, Auntie Lit.
Ready?
Are you ready, Jay? No, are you ready, bro?
Everybody all over the world.
Hold on. I didn't. Good morning. Good morning.
We'll do one big.
Good morning.
We'll do 1,000-person
La, la,
duet.
la, 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 la. Omicron, Omicron, Omicron.
Wait, should we-
Omicron.
That is so not cool.
It's a warm up, bro. Omicron. Okay, ready?
All right, ready?
Ready, Bree?
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy birthday, Auntie Lynn.
Mom.
Everybody else.
AKA Bree's mom.
Happy
Happy birthday to you.
May
the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo!
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo!
May the dear Lord bless
Auntie Lynn, Sabrina's own mom, and everyone else whose birthday it is today, too, on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021.
Happy birthday to you.
Right on.
Okay, by the way, if you have the pleasure of being Sabrina's friend,
The pleasure.
then you will know that her mom makes, and I will absolutely stake my entire reputation on this. She makes the world's hands down best beef jerky.
Oh, yeah.
She makes it by herself.
Yes, we've tried it. We've tried it. Oh, what's your mom doing right now? What time is it there? Good American.
Ooh, in Vegas?
In Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Check my world clock. It's 12:25.
PM?
Oh.
Noon?
Yeah, in the afternoon.
Yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
She's checking out the Wayne Newton show for her birthday.
Ah, man.
Have you ever seen like Wayne Newton on the strip, or is Wayne Newton still playing?
No, I don't know.
Lady Gaga's got a show now, and
Yeah, I don't know, Jason.
Yeah,
I
thanks,
don't really
Jay.
go on the strip a lot.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
go.
We've been here working. Hi, it's Tuesday, guys.
yeah, your mom's beef jerky is.
What's the secret
amazing.
with that, Bree?
I don't know. She marinates it really well.
And she's got her own room in the house where like she dries it out, right?
No, dude. It's in the dehydrator.
It's a dehydrator. It's all in the mix. What do you season it with?
Mm-hmm.
Has she ever tried anything but beef? Because
No.
Has she ever tried venison, Brie, or how about like carabao, or how about bison?
No.
You never tried bison?
Have you guys tried bison jerky?
No, we haven't, Jay.
Joan's brought some back because Joan. Well, pre-COVID, Joan would travel like
Yeah.
and go to like really cool places. She's brought a lot of cool stuff back from like Australia, especially.
Alligator.
Yeah, we tried-
There's something with alligator.
We tried alligator. We
Yeah.
tried ostrich. She's also got those like chocolate
Hot
chocolate
peppers?
crickets.
Oh, crickets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning. It's 6:27. So happy birthday, Auntie Lit. And if it's your birthday too, or you know someone with a birthday, throw it up in our comment stream here on the KUAM News Facebook page. Link fam, good morning. And welcome to the show. It's brought to you by Pacific Point, Scavo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. What happened while I was sleeping? What happened, sir? I went to sleep and it was like Omicron is in Hawaii. And I woke up and it's like 38 different countries, 17 different states. Oh my God! That's what they should call this variant. Instead of Omicron, they should call it Omigod. Yeah, so that happened, guys. Did you know that?
The OMG variant, you're saying?
Yeah, Omicron. Yeah, it's everywhere. You think it's on Guam yet? Yep.
Probably.
Yeah. Probably right. Yeah. Well, Public Health's coming on at 7:30 to talk. No, they're not. It's a pandemic. Why would they come on here? Anyway, at 6:28. You know who is coming on here though? Got a bunch of people. Robert Celestial. There's an update to the Pacific area radiation survivors. There's a bill going through the Congress, and there was a hearing for a resolution yesterday to tack on our support for this. It means compensation for a whole lot of people who called Guam home. There's like eligibility that we'll talk about later on. Also, we're doing Hava Health Tips today with FHP's dental department. Then we're getting a bunch of the... Well, we're getting the chief judge of the district court, and she's going to be joined by the chief justice of the Guam Supreme Court.
because they're going to recap that Pacific Judicial Council
The PJC.
conference that they had on raising the. Everybody's heard of IQ. They're talking about doing the EQ, the emotional quotient.
Oh, yeah. That's
and,
right.
And basically saying if you could control people's behavior patterns and their ability to control their emotions and everything like that, that they believe that that could greatly curtail violent family crimes.
Right on. Hey, we could all use a little EQ now and then. You know what I mean? Just adjust your settings. So we'll talk about that coming up. It was a week-long conference, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was for 3 days last week.
3 days.
Thursday,
I meant.
Friday,
Yeah.
yeah.
3 days is, and in legal terms, 3 days is like pretty much a week because it's a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because you take out the one day where everybody had like the luncheons for Thanksgiving, so that didn't count.
And then so anyway, at 6:30. Yeah. Also coming up this morning. We'll do our news, which is coming up in just a couple minutes. And we've got a new episode of Crimes Without Convictions. Sabrina Salas is Matanani's flagship podcast here at the KUM Podcast Network. Big week for the network, as we're also dropping tomorrow, or this week anyway, we're dropping, I'm doing a new podcast, guys. Another great creation from the mind of Sabrina Salas Matanani. This one's called The Chronicles. And basically it's, well, you'll see. It's definitely a podcast that takes the high road, so to speak. We'll have more on that this week at 6:31 on the link, Tuesday morning. Beautiful day out there, guys. Please be safe, and let's go ahead and get into the news now, shall we? Our first look at news at 6:31. It's brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Howdy, everybody. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has officially removed Guam from its list of international countries where travel should be avoided, as the risk for COVID-19 is very high. The change was made on the agency's website today. Last week, the Guam Visitors Bureau was informed by the CDC that the removal was forthcoming and that Guam would be considered domestic travel. At the time, Acting Governor Josh Tenorio welcomed the news as it aligns with Guam with the stateside counterparts. He added that this better positions the island for reopening to tourism markets sooner. The Joint Information Center reports 10 people now hospitalized for COVID, only one patient receiving IC level of care. Out of the 10 hospitalizations, 5 vaccinated, 5 unvaccinated. Public Health reports an additional 22 new cases out of specimens analyzed from December 4th through Monday. To date, there have been a total of 19,270 officially reported cases, 266 deaths, 301 cases in isolation, and 18,702 recoveries. The CAR score, 1.0. As of December 5th, a total of 126,368 of Guam's eligible population, that's residents 5 years of age and older, are fully vaccinated. Now, this total includes 12,052 residents that are 12 to 17 years old, 3,482 residents 5 to 11 that received their first dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and only 658 residents between the ages of 5 to 11 have completed their 2-dose series. 29,299 booster shots have been administered to eligible residents. The cases continue to surge in Saipan. According to the latest report from the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, there are 78 new confirmed positive cases out of 750 tests conducted on December 3rd. 8 people are now hospitalized, 7 of which are unvaccinated, 1 unvaccinated. Since the surge began in October, there have been 891 new cases. Overall, though, the case count in the CNMI since March of last year is 1,182 confirmed cases of COVID-19. After days of waiting, CNMI residents learned of new restrictions late Sunday from the COVID-19 task force, but some say it appears they may be misaligned with some public health concerns. Tomas Menglotnya reports.
As cases climb, the rush to vaccinate intensifies. Residents rolling up their sleeves over the weekend to do their part. A record 948 on Saturday alone.
I have my brother who passed away because of COVID. So I'm really, really afraid that I don't like anybody else in our family who will be the same situation like what we did in the past. So it's like a trauma on our family. So back in the Philippines.
Her brother passed away last year.
In the Philippines, it's so hard. You cannot even see him. We just saw him on the black bag, and then it just straight to the cremation. So he came to our house on the urn only.
We spoke with Dorothy as she was bringing her daughter to receive the booster shot.
Please do your vaccination. It's all for the people of CNMI, not only CNMI, but the whole world. So it's for our protection.
She hopes the community does too. Christina brought her children to get vaccinated too.
Both my kids got vaccinated. I just want to make sure they're protected. I told them that we do believe in the vaccine and it works.
The Biden administration is implementing new travel
That
rules to help
science comes
combat
with
the
an
spread of
aggressive
the
community
Omicron
outreach
variant.
campaign by public health in each village.
Beginning today, all travelers flying into the U.S. will have one more thing to do before boarding their flights.
We want to go around roughly 3 or 4 times in a circle.
Everyone aged 2 and up will need a negative COVID test at least 24 hours prior to takeoff. Previously, you had 72 hours to get tested. The rules cover vaccinated and unvaccinated passengers, and they also apply to U.S. citizens as well as foreign visitors.
We found out just randomly, so now we're like, well, do we wait? Do we do our test today? Do we do it tomorrow?
So far, there have been 0 deaths reported as a result of Omicron.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful before we make any determinations that it is less severe or really doesn't cause any severe illness comparable to Delta.
As of now, all of the cases in the U.S. have been mild, but the variant is already in 17 states, and its spread is just getting started.
Really what we're going to see is over the next 3-4 weeks, dramatic increase in the number of cases of Omicron. And it's a perfect storm, right? The weather's getting colder, people are getting together for the holidays.
While scientists say there is still much to learn about Omicron, the early indicators out of South Africa show that being vaccinated and boosted is the best defense.
If you get boosted, you're going to get your level up, way up, and we feel certain that there will be some degree and maybe a considerable degree of protection against the Omicron variant.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio announced this morning that beginning December 27th, all private businesses in the city will need to require their employees be vaccinated. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Washington.
The Biden administration is... Actually, I just read that. A man convicted of molesting a 9-year-old girl known to him has been sentenced to 15 years behind bars. In presiding Judge Alberto Lamorena's courtroom, Luis Anthony Vargas was sentenced after being found guilty of 1 count of second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony with the special allegation of a vulnerable victim enhancement attached. It was in 2018 when Vargas was accused of molesting the minor on numerous occasions. Afterwards, prosecuting attorney Christine Tenorio said the minor victim and her family have waited for justice to be served for over 3 years. Nothing can lessen the emotional turmoil that the minor victim and her mother have gone through and will continue to go through. She thanked the mother of the victim for providing support during this difficult process. A DYA employee was arrested after allegedly punching a 12-year-old client in the nose. The alleged assault occurred on Sunday afternoon at the Mangilao compound. According to the magistrate's complaint, 22-year-old Cleo Noni Maria Millian Lamb was in a room with one of the clients who insulted her several times. Lamb allegedly admitted to punching the victim because she was fed up with the client's disrespect. Lamb faces charges of assault by a peace officer as a third-degree felony. According to DYA Director Melanie Brennan, an administrative investigation is underway but assures the public that DYA's priority is the safety and well-being of their youth residents. She adds the subject of the investigation will not have further contact with residents. With more news now, here is Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa-day and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on The Link. The Guam Chamber of Commerce held its annual economic forecast, which shows some significant ups and downs for 2022 because of the pandemic. The annual look ahead by local experts predict a continued slow recovery for tourism, but a big boom in construction. Nestor Lecanto has more.
First up was Labor Department Chief Economist Gary Hiles, who said the pandemic-led collapse in tourism saw a corresponding plunge in the gross domestic product, a measure of the total goods and services produced.
While it's the largest GDP decrease I've ever seen for Guam, it's also much smaller than could have been expected. The fact that it only decreased 11.9% is pretty impressive because of the aggressive federal stimulus, both monetary and fiscal, that mitigated much of what otherwise would have been a decline in the economy that may have been 3 times as large.
The federal government poured in an unprecedented $5 billion in direct aid and grant funding in FY 2021, 5 times its historic annual aid. But in contrast, the tourism industry, which accounts for at least a third of the economy, the recovery will still likely be a slow and uncertain one. GVB Vice President Jerry Perez.
The feedback we've been getting from the industry, which tends to be a little bit more optimistic or quite a bit aggressive in their marketing, they're forecasting like 200,000 visitors. We believe, however, just among management, that the figure of 115 to 120,000 might be a more realistic estimate optimistically.
That's still a far cry from the record 1.5 million tourists before the pandemic. But there are some bright spots. Congress passed an historic $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, and along with the military buildup, construction is one of the few industries that can help prop up our economy. Public Works Director Vince Ariola presented an extensive list of planned road and infrastructure construction.
Right now, we've these projects alone, we pegged at about 475 million. But as we move and as the monies come in from the federal government and from grants that we've applied for, that number is just going to increase. And we believe FY 2022 and calendar year 2022 is going to be really big for construction here in Guam.
But moderator and GITA board chairman David John says the pandemic is proving once again that we need more than a pair of drivers for the economy.
What is different this time around is, one, the urgency to diversify. I think we've all seen that tourism is a wonderful industry to have for our economy. Provides a nice lifestyle for you and I. But it's, when we only have 2 legs to the stool, we're really putting ourselves in positions to have situations where our economy can go south in a hurry.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Acting Governor Josh Tenorio shares more information behind the Physicians Advisory Group's urgent push for GDOE to offer COVID vaccinations during school hours. Last week, PAG Chair Dr. Nathaniel Berg said schools are the unifying place for children to get vaccinated.
We're not talking about a mandate right now. What we'd like to do is make sure that there's access. So one of the things that we're seeing is people have transportation issues. We know that from the DOA numbers so far preliminarily, a lot of folks that are in need, that are living in multi-generational settings that don't have access to healthcare have been the biggest victims. So one way of getting this done is getting Department of Education to partner with us to push out parental consent forms and surveys to parents so we can see where the demand is and we can respond to the demand.
GDOE is against school vaccinations, but Superintendent John Fernandez says more thought and planning needs to take place. Parents, he said, should have input as well. A virtual roundtable hearing is scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight regarding COVID-19 vaccination requirements and standard operating procedures, personal rules and regulations, as well as weekly COVID testing for the Guam Department of Education. This discussion comes after Senator Talina Nelson met with a group called United for Education in November, which they cited in a letter written in October to the committee chair on education, confusion, fear, and discrimination against employees who refuse to comply with the governor's order for a mandatory vaccination or weekly testing. The Department of Administration and Public Health are also expected to be in attendance at this session, which will be held via Zoom. The hearing will be live streamed on the Guam Legislators' YouTube page. This year, Operation Christmas Drop is bigger and brighter as they prepare to spread holiday joy through the Micronesian islands. Daniel Perez has more.
It's the 70th year of Operation Christmas Drop, a huge milestone for the Air Force and allies that support it. Mission Commander Captain Alex Randall shared details on the operation.
We operate mostly south and west from Guam to Palau and the Federated States of Micronesia, supporting over 20,000 islanders in some of the remote regions in the world. We deliver the bundles through low-cost, low-altitude airdrop, operating from 200 and 300 feet, and the bundles are full of critical needed supplies, humanitarian supplies, survival equipment, presents and toys as well to the islanders.
Along with the mission being humanitarian, it also serves a second purpose.
Training opportunities like this really give the United States and our partners and allies a chance to train and prepare for the next humanitarian crisis and ultimately to provide disaster relief to regions like this. So it's a unique opportunity for us to get better at opportunities at moments like this that better prepare us for the future.
This year will also be the first time the U.S., Japan, and Korea will come together for Operation Christmas Drop. Point of contact for Operation Christmas Drop, Captain Shori Yamashiro.
This work is a chance to improve humanitarian assistance, and it demonstrates our commitment to foster a free and open Indo-Pacific.
This year, the Air Force and allies will make 175 drops to 57 islands. They also partnered with the Centers for Disease Control to minimize COVID infections to the packages, and for the bundles to be dropped safely and securely, they are rigged to a parachute. Airman First Class Isaiah Dillon.
I came in and there's families coming in bringing the donations. We're here partnering with our Korean allies, and I just take a step back and I'm looking at the whole operation happening in this one stop. It was just pretty cool to see everyone come together to provide disaster relief and humanitarian assistance to the people in the islands.
200 bundles of cargo will be dropped to over 23,000 civilians in the Micronesian islands. The operation will happen this week. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And to get you into the holiday spirit, singer Michael Bublé has a special Christmas that airs tonight. Here's more.
That's right. Tonight at 9 p.m. on NBC TV8, make sure to tune in to Michael Bublé's Christmas in the City as he celebrates the 10th anniversary of his beloved chart-topping holiday album, Christmas. The Canadian crooner heads to Rockefeller Center's Studio AH for a night of comedy, music, and Christmas spirit with the help of some special guests. The special, which is co-produced by Saturday Night Live kingpin Lorne Michaels, features a lineup to include Jimmy Fallon, Kermit the Frog, Camila Cabello, and Leon Bridges, to name a few. There's even a 48-piece orchestra. Again, an all-new Michael Bublé Christmas in the City airs tonight on NBC TV8 at 9 p.m. Don't miss it.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
More news from the CNMI as the testimonies of Governor Ralph Torres and Department of Public Safety Commissioner Robert Guerrero in the House investigation into Torres's expenditures will both take place on Friday at 10:30 in the morning at the legislature. Changes were made after the governor released new COVID-19 restrictions late Sunday night. The legislatures decided to remain open and will prepare to put COVID-19 precautions in place. The burden to reconcile the need to be vigilant in light of recent surges in COVID-19 cases with the need to continue our legislative mission weighed heavily on your JGO committee. That was from Chair Representative Selena Babalta in a media release. She added, in keeping with the more stringent COVID-19 control measures implemented as of this week, please be advised that seating in the House chamber may be restricted to ensure social distancing. The CNMI Office of the Governor has yet to confirm if Torres will actually appear before the committee. During their first day of session, several resolutions were passed, including one that provides support for the long-standing effort to get compensation for Guam radiation victims of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific during the 1940s and 50s. The resolution supports a pair of U.S. House and Senate bills to extend radiation exposure compensation to Guam. Main sponsor, Senator and Speaker Therese Terlahi, cites the testimony of a Navy man who was on duty here when the first thermonuclear detonation occurred on Eniwetok Atoll in the Marshalls. The resolution states that Guam is located about 1,200 miles directly west of the nuclear test sites and received radioactive fallout from these tests. A markup hearing on the House bill is set for December 8th. The long-standing effort to win compensation has been led by the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, founded by Group President Robert Celestial. Session resumes at 9 o'clock this morning. A bag that contained over $2,000 was given back to the rightful owner less than 24 hours after finding at Inalahan Pool on Sunday. Isaiah Uggan reports.
It first started off with a community volunteer, Jimmy Manu, discovering a bag at one of the pavilions of Inalahan Pool yesterday evening.
The bag was turned over from the community work volunteer to a trusted resident of Inalahan, namely Stephen Polino. Stephen Polino came by the house last night and dropped the bag off. We verified its contents. We kind of narrowed it down that she was staying here at PIC. I made a call last night to give assurance that we have the bag and we're going to meet at 8:30 if possible so that I can do the handover of the bag over to Mrs. Fury.
The bag had a cell phone, wallet with ID, credit card, some Korean money, and over $2,000 in U.S. currency. It was money that Manu of Inalahan could have kept for himself, but Village Mayor Anthony Chargaloff told KUAM News they wanted to do the right thing.
Well, you know, I want to say there's instilled values in our community. And more importantly, I think for us, the message we want to send to everybody, you know, tourists, is that you can trust people here. There's still a lot of good people here in Guam. And we want to show that through our action of returning that today.
The Inalahan mayor dropped off the bag to owner 33-year-old Duri Su at the Pacific Islands Club in Tamunin this morning.
It's very thankful and I'm very lucky. So and Guam is very safe. Oh, I love Guam.
Su, the mother of two from Seoul, Korea, has been visiting the island in the last week. This is the third time she has visited Guam. She shared her favorite things about the island.
A favorite Emerald Sea.
Su will be returning home to Korea with her husband, 5-month-old baby, and 6-year-old child on Thursday, December 8th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
One local woman has one thing on her wish list this Christmas: a living kidney donor. Joan Uggan-Charfers has more on how the community can help her scratch that item off her list.
It was 2 years ago when 36-year-old Amanda Cateriano was diagnosed with end-stage renal disease. Prior to her diagnosis, the Dorado resident had passed the NCLEX in November 2018, and at the beginning of 2019, she started working as a nurse at Guam Regional Medical City. Soon after, Amanda started to experience symptoms which forced her to leave her job.
The symptoms were just getting worse, and then my family intervened. And I went to go see a doctor, did the labs, and then it revealed that I had kidney failure.
She described some of her symptoms.
You know, I'm not a very forgetful person. So when I started reading about symptoms of people with kidney failure and all that stuff, they did mention brain fog. So that was happening to me a lot. I was forgetting things. Like I had short-term memory. I was feeling nauseous, shortness of breath. There was a lot of swelling on my lower body, like my legs. And it was like that every day. Even my parents and my sisters were saying the color of my skin was different. It was like more grayish, and my personality kind of changed because I used to be very energetic.
In June of 2019, Amanda started dialysis 3 times a week, each visit lasting 4 hours and leaving her fatigued. She admits 2019 was the worst year for her health-wise, having lost her vision.
My left side, and then I had surgery there. Then after that, I lost my vision on my right side. So I couldn't see for a majority of the whole year of 2019. I had like 5 surgeries in my eye, and I didn't get my vision back until the beginning of 2020. And I went through probably a dark time. It was really bad.
Amanda, with the love and support from her family and friends, was ready to fight.
I've gone through, failures and gotten back up. I've always known to be a resilient person, so that just kind of reminded me. And also my faith even grew stronger. I did lose my dad this year. He also was a kidney patient. He did go to dialysis. And, we're gonna miss him, and I know he's in heaven now, and he's pain-free and better. So I'm just, what I've gone through. I'm just remembering how he told me to fight.
A GoFundMe page has been set up with the monies raised going towards travel off island, where she can get evaluated at a transplant center and hopefully be put on the transplant list. But Amanda has been told there's a good chance she could advance to transplant if she's able to find a suitable living kidney donor. Her blood type is O.
I just want to thank everyone that shares my story or donates. I'm just so blessed. It's just a blessing if anybody helps me out. And I also believe in the power of prayer. Keep praying for me. Keep praying for everybody in the world. And I just thank everybody that's watching this video.
If you would like to know more or see if you could be a suitable donor, Amanda asks that you visit transplant.keckmedicine.org/kidney, which is a center she's working with. If you would like to donate and get her that much closer to getting the necessary medical care she needs, you can go to gofundme.com and search Amanda Caturiano. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Jonagan Charfris.
With your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Conception.
Buenos updates to get soon to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Paraguay na di virtual roundtable hearing lambo na gialasais. Reglamento ni binakunan COVID-19, standard operating procedures a reglamentong personal e GDOE dyan na di test siya para COVID-19 kada semana para Departamento de Edukasyon. Este na diskuti sa matudespesa ni Omali si Senadora Tilina Nielsen dyan na Group United for Education gi November na mes no masangani na matugi ikata i Oktubre humiluli i Komite ng Edukasyon pwede yung kubukaw na sinenti e minaanyaw dyan iti mafabot at di siya yung empleo niti man malago maosgi din ni magahaga para fan mabakuna para fan matest kada semana. I Departamento ng Administrasyon dyan i Departamento ng Salud Publiko sa siyempre ufangay gwihin na hearing ni para masedi entry di Zoom na manera. Para ma-live stream i-hearing, giplego nila sa turangguahan gi YouTube. Masasunto, aji tawtaw ni maatake na molesta 9 anyos na patkampalawan sa para mapreso para 15 anyos. Gimenan West Alberto Lamarena III, masentensya si Luis Anthony Vargas, ane masoda ni jury na umisaw nung kwenta na second-degree criminal sexual conduct no primer grado na felony no ginatutungin ni special allegation of a vulnerable victim enhancement. I 2018 na sakan na maatake si Vargas na molesta ay menor edad dati yung biyahiya. Gidispress sila niya prosecuting na abogado si Christine Tenorio na ay menor edad na biktima dyan ni familiar niya sa mananggat 3 anyos para masetbi justisya. Tadya sinarumibahay sa nenten pinadesi para ipadgon dyan sinananya. Dya siyempre continue para mona por este na susedevento. Yuto mo na suntig ifinut sa moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM News, maresta un empleo Department of Youth Affairs, ania paniti un 12 anyos na padgon gigueng niya. Masusedi esti gitalwanin sabalo gisagan DYA sa Mangilaw. Sigon ni magistrate sa complaint, sumisa si Cleo Nani Maria Millian Lamb, 22 anyos na edad gihalum kwarto sa ni biktima, no sige ay insulta. At mitis lam na hapaniti sa esta osunggi ni tarispetunia ibiktima. Afafana sila minatakin na by peace officer no minatres grado na felony. Sigon ni Direktor de DYA si Melanie Brennan, guha esta administrative na investigasyon. Lumalago ginosuguraw publiko na mastat karo na priority para DYA sa seguridad sa ni minawli kimanar sa gagwihi siya na manhobin. Asangan mas na ipetsona ni may investitika sa tisinya o contact imanar sa gagwihi na lugar. Para Guam News Network, guaho si Ken Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafakto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communications, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
It's time to save on shipping. Support our local entrepreneurs. Find the best steals, deals, and unique products for your holiday shopping needs. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday marketplace is your hub for the best local gifts. Watch the Christmas Pops special airing through December 11th and streaming now across the stations and platforms of KUAM Communications. Visit KUAMChristmasPops.com and be on the lookout for local business profiles on our social media pages. Shop small and support local this holiday season.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Coors Light presents Uproar, the Sleigh Game Edition, Saturday, December 18th at Custom Fitness to compete head-to-head to determine who's the fittest. Visit guamtime.net. To purchase tickets for $15, visit us online. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Boca Box, Custom Fitness, Kill Cliff, Cherry Media Vision, ERC, and A-Tech Construction. Proceeds to benefit the Guam Volleyball Federation.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP HAFA Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP HAFA Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Kill Cliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Nagonya every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters. The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
morning, 7:09. You know, a lot of the mayors are starting up their Christmas displays. I think this week there's a few.
Yeah. And there's actually like a village competition, like with who has the best village lights.
Yeah. But it's kind of under. We had Mayor Alec on yesterday. He is the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And he was saying that it's pretty hush-hush between the villages. It's almost like the Liberation Day when they build a float, how it's like on top secret, you know what I mean? But I will say, when we went around for Giving Tuesday, when I went to the Molesso mayor's office, they're going big. Heads up, guys. Molesso is coming with it. They had huts, and so I think they're going to recreate kind of like a Christmas village. But it's cool, man. I'm feeling this Christmas. I think people really want it. You know, of course, there's a lot of stuff going on all around us with the Omicron variant, but I feel like we're just going for it this Christmas. You know what I mean, right? I don't really know what preparations other than what Dr. Berg had said, which was kind of like throwing it on GDOE. And you know what's interesting to me, Bree, is that, what was up with when we went back to face-to-face, didn't the governor, like, order the schools to come up with a testing plan for, like, the students, I think?
Yes, she did. And so I think they have to implement it by January.
Right, yeah. But they're still not happy about that, right?
I don't know if they're not happy about it. They're probably trying to figure out, well, how are we going to make this work?
Yeah.
Because they're in the business of educating our children.
Yeah.
And there may be concerns that, look, I'm not a nurse.
Yeah.
What if something happens? You know, and then you have the observation time.
Yeah. And this requires, maybe in some cases, removing somebody who's supposed to be doing something else to go watch this kid over here for 15 minutes. Or whatever.
I mean, you also have to have consent forms.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wouldn't feel comfortable as a parent letting somebody test my son for COVID.
Of course, yeah.
Or even give the vaccination to my child while they're at school.
Yeah.
Even I wouldn't sign a consent form, but that's just me.
Yeah, but
I would want to be there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I would want somebody who's not a medical professional or a nurse or somebody just sticking a needle in my child.
Amen. And I mean, you're Sabrina Salas Mantonani. You know, you're not an idiot. So, I mean, if you feel that way, I'm pretty sure a lot of people also feel that way. But I know that with the schools, what I'm hearing from a lot of the school personnel is exactly what you just said. Why should we have to do the testing? Why should we have to do the vaccination? We're not a hospital. We're not a clinic. We're not public health. We're not public health. We're not public health. Public health should be doing these things. And public health shouldn't have a problem doing these things because we have $600 gajillion that the governor can use to hire real people, not political numbskulls, like real people to do real, like, medical type jobs. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. That, you know, the schools that have until what, January?
Yeah, I believe it's January. But, you know, John has said that, you know, before there's any
John
kids
Fernandez.
being tested, that he was going to have a virtual input session with stakeholders to field their concerns. Right. And then now with Dr. Berg saying there's this urgent call for GDOE to make vaccinations available during school hours to students and, you know.
Yeah, that was so interesting.
Right. So even then, John said, whoa, you know, we're not against it, but we need to talk to parents because, you know, I don't even know if the consent forms for the testing even went out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, your children go to public school. Did
they haven't got any, no.
All right, we'll see. And I think he had a couple of other issues that he wanted to resolve with public health before the testing.
And that was one thing that I thought was interesting in the interview that Nestor did with Dr. Berg was he didn't really say, like, Department of Public Health too many times.
He said that public health supports this urgent call.
Well, I feel like they're the ones who are supposed to be answering the urgent call. No, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, and then like with the Pfizer vaccine, I thought those required a certain have to be stored at a certain temperature?
Yeah. They do. And so, yeah, there's all kinds of questions, right? And I just feel like it should be public health that's leading this conversation, not GDOE. And then when you look at, they're not happy with the kid vaccination numbers, but I gotta say, I mean, if public health isn't out here doing the heavy lifting and going on the talk shows and talking about, the vaccine, answering questions from people, concerns. Obviously, parents have concerns about it, right? Then it's your own fault. You guys got to come out here and do the legwork. We're going to tell people about where to go get it, but we're not doctors, so if parents are concerned about the vaccine or whatever, it's on public health to kind of address those concerns, to ease any worry, the fear, frustration that our people may have, but not really happening.
There is a family vaccination clinic actually today.
Yeah. And see, in a perfect world, guys, if there was a family vaccination clinic today, in Communications 101, you would promote something like this ahead of time. Like we should have Janella or Art St. Augustine or Dr. Bob. They should be beating down our door saying, hey, put me on. I want to tell everyone about this vaccination thing because the kid vaccination rate is so low. And Dr. Berg is saying that there's an urgent call to protect the kids. So we really want to come out here and tell you guys about this. But they're Taigwi. They're not here. So you get us instead. And we don't know how to ease your concerns, your frustrations, your fears, because I have them too. I got 3 young ones, and they're between 5 and 11. Well, 12, and we're waiting. I co-parent, and I can't just make these decisions on my own, and the decision was, hey, let's just wait and see.
Yeah, so the Family Village vaccination clinic for 5 and older, it is 2:30 to 6 p.m. today. Boosters, first and second doses, and kids' vaccinations are available. The Village Vaccination Clinic for today is at the Asan Maina Mayor's Office. Again, 2:30 to 6 p.m. today. So if you want to get your child vaccinated, you can take them after school.
So today, Asan Maina and PD, and then on Friday, it's going to be down in Talafofo for the village. You can get shot 1, shot 2, or the booster. 5,
there you go.
5 and up. Please do so.
All right. Hey, guys, we got a Christmas card. I just wanted to share this with you guys. Yeah. This actually came to us from Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky, United States.
Who do we know in Kentucky?
I don't know. Who do we know in Kentucky?
The Bluegrass State.
I want to say we might know a Mama Bear, Debbie Davis.
Is there anybody in Lexington, perhaps?
Yeah, you're getting very warm.
Basketball fan?
Super hot. Barbecue sauce. Yes, Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. Thank you so much for this card that we got yesterday here. It says, greetings of the season. You will be remembered by the priest of the Sacred Heart in a special novena of masses beginning on Christmas Day. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you.
May you know the love and wonder that the joyful wise men knew and rejoice in the gift of Christmas, Christ, peace, and hope for you. Chris, Jason, Sabrina, Joser, and all the KUAM family, may your Christmas be blessed. Love, Mama Bear, Debbie, and David. Thank you so much.
That's
so
such
sweet.
a Debbie thing to do, though. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my sister sends Christmas cards every year. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I don't know if you just reach a certain age where you start sending Christmas cards, or if you just decide, like, yeah, I want to send Christmas cards, but it's great to get them. You know what I mean?
I used to do that a lot when I was a kid, but sorry, as I've gotten older and, either as I've gotten lazier or gotten more responsibility, depending on how you look at it, I stopped sending Christmas cards. I started sending Amazon cards.
Yeah. Well, at least you're not on the WhatsApp. You start sending Christmas cards, then on Christmas you get a WhatsApp. What? MC. Merry Christmas. What is this MC? You can't even spell it out anymore. All right. Well, so thank you, Mom. It is totally. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, Bree. It's 7:18.
It's a thought that made me send you that meme, Chris.
Yeah. We're going to take
Hey,
a quick break.
I may or may not be one of those type MC.
Yeah.
Chris, I've known you for 15 years.
Yeah, that is totally Bree.
Chris, I've known you for 15 years.
HBD.
You're one of my really, really good friends in it. Here's an animated GIF.
Yeah. HBD.
Yeah.
Wow, you typed 3 letters for my birthday.
MC Heart.
I don't like the HBD thing.
I don't either. I like spelling it out. I like to say
HBD balloon.
And
happy
for a
birthday
while, I
on you.
didn't
Birthday
get it.
cake.
And the horn with the confetti. That's my go-to.
Or you might get a HBD middle finger.
Yeah, I think I might have got those
Okay.
few years.
Now be honest.
Yeah.
Right. Be honest, all three of you. Right.
Oh,
How many
God.
times when you've gotten like a card for your birthday or Christmas, and it doesn't make you a bad person, but do you immediately open the card and see if there's a particular type of denomination inside?
Money inside? No, Jay.
Or do you read the message first?
Money doesn't matter. Money doesn't buy you happiness. It lets you stop worrying about things, which kind of is happiness, or content, but it doesn't buy you happiness.
Well, the late notorious B.I.G. said it himself, right?
More money, more
money,
problems.
more problems.
Amen. Yeah, 720. My mom also every year gets me a card for my birthday, and she'll write a nice little. And it's funny because we stay in the same house. So.
That's sweet.
Yeah, it's 7:20. Good morning. We're gonna take a break, and we've got a couple priests coming on here, guys. We're getting Father Mike and Father Ron.
Yep, Father Ron Richards and Father Mike Chrysostomo, both from St. Anthony Parish.
Yep,
Right?
Viva San Antonio.
Yep.
Yep, and they're coming on to talk about, obviously, Santa Maria Carmelin is going on tomorrow.
Mhm.
Hey, are we gonna? Okay, I'll talk about off break. But we're gonna be here. What time's she going by?
Okay, so Mass is at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary will be, it's going to be put on what essentially is like a motorcade from the Archdiocese. Then it goes, okay, if you missed this yesterday, right, I've mentioned this a couple times, but it starts at Cathedral, Mass is at 6, and then at 7:10, our Blessed Mother leaves the cathedral on the back of a truck. She makes it down to Naval Station at the Naval Station Chapel at 7:30 in the morning. So she goes from Agania to Sumai first. This I think is a little bit interesting because she goes from Agania to Sumai, then does a big U-E, then goes back up to Adelup where
Interesting.
the Lieutenant Governor and the cabinet members, I guess, will greet her. She goes around the loop there.
Wait,
Then-
so she's gonna go on base first?
Well, I mean, when you are the Mother of God, you have base privileges. no need to go through
She's gonna go check the commissary. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, like you know,
Dispense.
like you know, the MPs and everything. They're like, all right. You know, they always do that. Okay.
Right on.
And then from Adelup, she goes to Totu at 8:05, Mongmong at 8:15. You know, just down the road.
Yeah.
Then to Sinahanya, so she kind of doubles back a little bit at 8:25. Then across the way to Agana Heights 8:40, Maina at 8:50, which means she goes down that road and passes by a White Lady Bridge. Then from Maina, she goes from Maina to Tamuning, and they're going to try and make that trek in 20 minutes. So that's interesting. Then we were mentioning yesterday, when she's at Tamuning, she's going to go to St. Anthony's, and then Mercy Heights, and then GMH, and then to Tuman. Then she'll be in Dededo for a while. Shows up at GRMC at 10:05, goes through Santa Barbara, Estumbo, and Agafagumas, and then up to Jigo. Then she begins her trek towards the eastern side of the island and down south. She'll be in Barragata at 12:40, Ordit at 1:20, Jonya at 1:35. Let's see. Inalahan at 3, Maleso at 3:30, Humatak at 3:55, Santa Rita Sumai at 4:45, and then she goes basically PD Asin, Maina all the way, and then back to
So
Cathedral.
what time is she
for
coming
Mass
down?
at 6.
Is she coming down here, Harmon Loop?
Harmon,
Sorry.
not this way because she's going to be on Marine Drive.
So she's not coming down our road.
I don't believe not.
She's not going to St. Andrew Kim Church because that's the one across the street.
Oh, okay. No, you are right.
Thank you.
Good call. Okay, so
Ooh.
after she goes around, you know, like Agafagumas down that part of the western side of the island, she goes around to Jigo, and then St. Andrew Kim Church right over there. As you know, as Mayor Louise Rivera pointed out, there is a parish in Harmon, so she goes to
What time, Jay?
12:05.
12:05. Got it. Okay.
And then after 12:05 St. Andrew Kim, and then she goes to St. Dominic's. So she'll be
Okay.
up in Barragata Heights at 12:25.
Right.
But we're gonna post the schedule. let
We
you guys
might
know
even
where-
share that there's a stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So we're probably.
gonna go-
I'm
we're
pretty
gonna
sure
go
we're gonna
stream
share the
several
stream.
times.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Hey, it's 7:24. Let's take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link right here on the breeze. Good morning.
Let's
Good
get
morning.
merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio. Coors Light presents Uproar, the Sleigh Game Edition, Saturday, December 18th at Custom Fitness to compete head-to-head to determine who's the fittest. Visit guamtime.net. To purchase tickets for $15, visit us online. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Boca Box, Custom Fitness, Kill Cliff, Cherry Media Vision, ERC, and A-Tech Construction. Proceeds to benefit the Guam Volleyball Federation.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
It's time to save on shipping. Support our local entrepreneurs. Find the best steals, deals, and unique products for your holiday shopping needs. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday marketplace is your hub for the best local gifts. Watch the Christmas Pops special airing through December 11th and streaming now across the stations and platforms of KUAM Communications. Visit KUAMChristmasPops.com and be on the lookout for local business profiles on our social media pages. Shop small and support local this holiday season.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Today, my name is Michelle Kennedy Perez here at GTA. I'm the Community Relations Manager. This Giving Tuesday, up until the end of the year, we are supporting 5 local nonprofit organizations to include Erica's House, Make-A-Wish Foundation, Special Olympics, Guam Animals in Need, and Rainbows for All Children. Donate $5 and GTA will match it this year. Also get a chance to win an iPhone 13 on us every single week. Visit our stores for more information, and happy Giving Tuesday, everybody!
Man, you know what I missed this year, Bree, we weren't able to do is go caroling at St. Dominic's.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just something about Christmas songs. It's like no matter how bad you sing it, it's still good. Sorry.
Especially when you're really into it, right?
Oh, man, yeah. And it's hard not to be really into it when you're up there at St. Dominic's and you're seeing all the beautiful Madamka just looking at you, singing. Sometimes they give me this weird look like, but I think it's because of my singing. It's the...
Plus when they get up and then they start like dancing.
Yeah, man, that's the best. Well, yeah, we missed that this year, obviously, because of the COVID restrictions. Haven't been able to do that. So hopefully next year. It's 7:29. I had a birthday going out to my mom's brother, Uncle Rollin. He's turning 63 years old today. Happy birthday, Uncle Roll. And also to Taylor, my Prima Martinez daughter. Happy birthday. It's 7:29, Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of The Link. Bree, you know, the holidays are upon us, but it's not always jingle bells for everybody, you know. A lot of people are hurting as the poor ran out a few months ago. Many people struggling to make ends meet, right? And, you know, one of the ways that we make ends meet is paying that rent. I saw something on Twitter. Someone had put rent due every 30 days. They should make it every 90 days because every 30 days seems a little dramatic. But that's the reality that a lot of people are facing. And sadly, many people haven't been able to pay their rent, and they're about to lose their home, their house, their apartment. And I just wish there was a way that our government could help these people. Is there a way, Bree?
Yes, there is. There's the Guam Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the ERA program that the Department of Administration is launching.
Nice. Jay, I'm pretty sure you could tell me all about that. But most importantly for people listening, where do they call? Where do they email? Just to find out if they're even eligible for it.
Yeah, if you would like to find out more information, first of all, you can go to doa.guam.gov 24/7. They got a wonderful frequently asked questions section. They basically cover everything under the sun you would ever need to know. If you would like to email them and have a discussion with somebody about your particular case, you can email era@doa.guam.gov. That's ERA for emergency rental assistance at doa.guam.gov. Or if you'd like to talk to somebody and hear a friendly voice, you can call the ERA office at 671-638-4519.
Jay, but what about those people who maybe, because this is about the second or third time they've done this program, what if people applied to it before but they were rejected? Should they even bother going through the whole process again?
The scope has been broadened, and you know it's called the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, but it actually covers like quite a lot, like utility bills, possible moving expenses.
What about internet?
Internet access. I mean, internet is basically like utility these days.
Yeah, you're right.
And that is covered too. So if you have applied before and you were denied, apply again because you there's a good chance you may qualify this time.
All right, Jason, thank you for your kind words. And we now turn it over to Jason for this next interview where we're joined by Father Ron Richards of St. Anthony's in Tamuning. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning, Father, and happy holidays to you and your colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
Likewise, and again, the holiday season is upon us and everything like that. There's a lot going on, obviously, and the Catholic faithful clearly in anxious anticipation of our Blessed Mother making her way around the island tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I learned very quickly when I came to the island what a huge day Santa Maria Carmelin is and Immaculate Conception. So it's wonderful.
Father, how long have you been officially like a Guamanian now?
3 years. So I arrived July of 2018. So a little over 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously you were here last year when the Blessed Mother made her way like on the back of a truck. And what did you see like from your perspective, you know, as a clergyman and as a leader of the flock when she made her way past the parishioners at St. Anthony's?
You know, what I saw as I was watching that whole procession is that, especially at that point in time where we were in COVID, the people were so thirsty and hungry for their faith to really be driven in, and the bringing of Our Lady around really, you saw a lot of emotion from people. You know, in many ways, I thought, as much as I think once being able to get back to the procession that we normally do will be a beautiful thing. In one sense, I hate to see this go away as well, because it's a beautiful thing having her process all around the island into every location. There's so yes, but it really, you could see how wonderful just happy the people were.
And we were talking about this yesterday, Father, is, I remember when last year the Archdiocese mentioned that they said because of social distancing restrictions, we're going to do something different, and she will visit the different, and it wasn't just, all the parishes. I mean, for the most part, it was parishes, it was the hospitals, it was individual neighborhoods, and you saw people of faith, both young and old, just like you said, they were moved to, in many cases, tears. And I remember when she passed by GMH, you saw like a lot of the nurses came out, they were still in their scrubs. Some of them, maybe just came out of surgery, and they were just bawling at the opportunity. And they said, the processions are wonderful, like you said, of being able to attend Mass in the pews. But she came to my house. She passed by my street.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And there's something incredibly special about that. And the ability, because the island is so small, the ability to be able to do all that in a day, right? So you can literally visit everywhere so that it's possible for everybody to be a part of it. I mean, I know last year they went on a Navy base. This year they're going on a Navy base and the Air Force base. So literally the entire island.
Mm-hmm. How have you been, Father, keeping the parishioners there, motivated, but, with a sense of hope and with, encouraging them to continue to do the right thing. But I know a lot of your colleagues that we've had the pleasure of speaking to over the past 2 years, they said they've always kind of echoed that sentiment that, better days are ahead, and to keep the faith.
Well, a big part of that you got to give to Polly Mike. Polly Mike's the pastor there, right? And so I just help out there on weekends, and so I'm there, once a week, and he's the guy, and he really, I think he reaches out to the people, and I think that's the key in all this. Is what I have learned is that as a pastor, even if the people can't be there, we have a responsibility to reach out to them, and I think as long as that's happening, right, the people still have a sense of their parish. Even because I think we even know there's still people today who aren't comfortable coming into the building.
Mm-hmm. Well, which is completely understandable.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. So if they don't want to come in, I think it's us reaching out to them and trying to talk to them as much as possible.
And how about being able to do the traditional, to hold Mass and to be able to counsel, someone in need, or even to be able to meet, with your colleagues in these, and I remember when the Archbishop, his very first Mass when the pandemic started, he said, God, please get us through these are just such strange times. And I remember he used that word particularly.
Yeah. Well, it's my sense, and I know at St. Anthony's, it's really, a lot of it's being right back to where it was prior to the pandemic. There's still concern, and there's still wearing of masks and stuff like that. But all that stuff is pretty much happening, at least at St. Anthony's. And I know that because Polly Mike's really brought a lot of that back into play.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of Mass, there will be a Mass. Is it tonight? The Synod
tonight?
Mass? Okay.
Yeah, for the Synod. Yeah, it's for Synod. Yeah, the Synod on synodality, whatever that means, right?
Could you explain the significance of this Mass, Father?
Yeah. So the Holy Father back last spring announced he wanted to have a worldwide synod. And so, and it said it's a synod on synodality, which basically, what it really is, a synod on what's called communion, participation, and mission. And he wanted, so so this synod has many processes. So it starts out at the diocesan/archdiocesan level, right? And he wanted it basically to begin listening to the people. And it's all the people, what's called the sensus fidei, which is all the faithful, right? And it's not just Catholic faithful, it's all people. And so he wants to hear from them what they have to say about the church. It's not a judgment, it's nothing like that. So the synod, this whole thing begins with us. We're starting it tonight is the kickoff of this. And so what's going to happen is throughout the next few months, we've had a committee working on this for about a month now, and we'll be working on it constantly throughout, is having listening sessions throughout the island in the parishes just in small group listening sessions, not huge, 200 people coming in, small table settings of 8. But 2 of the people at those is one's going to be facilitating, one's going to be recording what's going on. And just bringing different groups of people together, just throwing some questions at them just to get them to start talking and let them talk, and so that we listen. And then that's going to happen over a period of months, January through March. Then we're going to take that material, sort of put it together. And then those facilitators and scribes are going to be a part of what we call a pre-synod or a synod within the island, where the bishop is there and this information is going to be brought to him so he hears what's being said. And then all of that is going to be written up. We're told we can't write it. It can't be written up in more than 10 pages. But we can attach anything we want. We can take videos and attach them and things like that. But we just can't write more than 10 pages.
Well, people in your line of work, Father, are used to reading like very, very long books. So
I know. I know. So, but then again, but I also understand, because it's every diocese in the world is submitting this.
Sure.
Feedback
is a good thing. I'm sure anyone would agree.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It absolutely, because what they're going to take this to a bigger level. Because this isn't data. The Holy Father doesn't want us saying, well, these people feel this, boom, boom. He wants really a synopsis in written form of what the feeling was, right? And then they're going to take that, and that's going to go to through the Episcopal Conference, which ours is CPAC, and then that gets fed to Rome, and they're going to have a greater, larger synod in 2023 on all of this stuff that comes in throughout the world. And what we're listening to not just people who come to church on Sundays. We're looking at people who've fallen away from church, trying to bring them in and listen. People who feel outside the church, people who aren't Catholic, all that. We want, the Holy Father wants everybody heard, no one judged.
And that really does speak a lot, and that is kind of testament to his leadership to at least consider, if not completely embrace, new ideas or different viewpoints or a variety of perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's a tricky thing. How does one listen to someone who doesn't go to church?
Yeah.
How do you get them to come to this? And as I said to the committee as we're putting this together, I said, it's the people in your pews. Every one of us know people who either fallen away from the faith, are very discouraged by the church, or who aren't Catholic, or who are fallen to other outlying areas, maybe LGBTQ community, homeless people, all of that, right? All of us know people. And it's from the people who go to church who need to reach out to those entities and suggest them to their parishes, so we can have listening sessions with all people on the island, not just people who come to Mass every week.
So I would just maybe conjecture, Father, that maybe this is going to be a very, very wide range of topics. Maybe some people might just say, the Sunday morning Mass really early in the morning just doesn't work. For me, because I remember when I was young, everybody went to church on Sunday mornings, and then as I got towards college age, the Saturday evening masses were like the very popular things. Or some people might even say, they like you said, they may have questions about the faith, or they may have ideas or things they'd like to submit about contemporary times, with traditional beliefs and everything. I think this is a wonderful opportunity.
I do too. I think the Holy Father, this really is a good idea. I think, we're pressed for time in doing this. There's no doubt. I said to the committee, I wish I had a year just to plan how we were going to logistically do this. And we started planning this about a month ago, right? And so you feel like you're rushed a bit, but the key is letting the Holy Spirit act in this. That's where the Holy Father has been, is let the Holy Spirit. So, the first thing I did and we did with the committee is we put together an intercessory prayer group. It's a small group of 6 people, and they're committed to weekly gathering and praying for the guidance of the Holy Spirit in the hearts of the men like me and the women on the planning committee, so that we allow God to work this and not us.
Now, Father, I must ask, because I've always kind of been, like, I'm just naturally pessimistic. That's the way I'm wired. And I know whenever you submit feedback, that's, like we said, that's a wonderful opportunity. But some people would say, I want to make sure, especially if I am Catholic, that I don't go too far. Like, what kind of feedback is maybe accepted, and maybe to the point of being like a little sacrilegious, maybe? Or
Well, I think obviously, if you're going to have non-Catholics, you're going to get people putting things forth that sound sacrilegious, right? Right. And so one of the things I said in one of our meetings, someone had thought, well, we need to have a theologian at the table. I said, absolutely not. I said, the Holy Father, in the way he wrote the document up, and it was put forth, is he doesn't want anyone judged in what they believe and feel. He just wants them to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're angry, they're angry. Now, the facilitators are going to train them. If someone starts to get too angry and stuff like that, we're going to have a training session with all the facilitators of how to handle someone who gets overzealous, right? Or you have the person who uber hates the church, or the uber Catholic, right? You have both extremes. And so the facilitator's role is to keep everything at an even keel in the conversation.
Because somebody might say, I've got either observations, and as a devout Catholic, I just don't want to say something that might jeopardize, my salvation. People might be very, very defensive in that.
Yeah, they might. And so that's where the role of really training these facilitators to handle those situations.
Okay.
And I think obviously you're always going to have a situation where it doesn't get handled appropriately. There's no way that everything is going to run perfect. Mm-hmm. But you go enter it recognizing that may happen. But if it happens, it happens. You deal with it and try to move forward from that.
Okay, so how might we participate, seeing as how like all are welcome, and all should participate, because this is a golden opportunity.
Well, what I would say is, for those who are faithful, right, contact your pastor and let him know you want to be a part of it, because they're going to schedule the listening sessions within the parishes, mm-hmm. or within the parish area and a couple of parishes together. If you're not, still contact one of the parishes, or better yet, we set up an email address for the synod, and contact that email address, and it's synod@archagania.org. So it's synod@archagana.org, so that anyone who's got any questions about the synod or interested in it can write that email address. And if they want to participate, that'd be great. We just need to be able to contact them and reach out to them.
We're putting that in the comments right now, Father, for everybody watching live on Facebook and YouTube, so that they might participate.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that.
And Father, since it is the holiday season, might I trouble you to maybe lead us in prayer as we wrap up this interview?
Oh no, yeah, absolutely no problem. Absolutely no problem. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Dear God, as we are in this Advent time and we enter this important day of December 8th of Immaculate Conception in Santa Maria Carmelin, and all that it brings us, help us to keep in our hearts what this time is about. That you sent your Son to us. You became one of us in being born as a child in our likeness, and growing and learning. And did all this so that our salvation was at the forefront of your mind. We ask you to always be us, to always know to be grateful to you, even in those times that are difficult, that you are with us, holding us, keeping us strong. We ask you in this time, for those who maybe are separated from family and for whatever reason, due to COVID or other reasons, are not with them, that you are with them, holding them up and letting them know of your love. And we ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Viva Santa Maria Carmelin!
Viva! That's it. Thank you, Father. And once again, happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you very much. All right. Talk to you all later.
That's a good word, Father. Thank you so much.
Right on.
Yep.
7:48. Let's take a quick break and come back with more of the show. Don't forget Tuesday treats here. We are in for a great treat this morning. Oh man, let me tell you, sir, they really 3 Squares Marketplace. It's wow. I'll give you a little hint. It starts with a CH and it ends with a Alaquilas. So, it's coming up. Okay. 7:49. It's Tuesday, December 7th. The show continues next. Good morning.
Take in the panoramic beauty.
Attention, basketball fans! The wait is over! Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into the link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on the link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Christmas without you. I'll be so blue, thinking about you. Decorations are red on a green Christmas tree.
Good morning.
Won't be the same, dear, if you're
Serena Page and Zach.
here with me.
Blue Christmas, originally performed. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy, Elvis. He did it originally.
Yeah, Elvis something. I think like his middle name's like misspelled on his gravestone or something like that.
Yeah, Elvis. Someone called him the king.
You know how many Chamorros have covered like to the note where they have the I'll have a blue ooh, and they do that like little thing in the middle.
Yeah, they do?
Yeah.
Right on. Good for
He
you,
does
Jay.
all the time.
What's your favorite Christmas song?
What's that one?
Do you have categories? Because there's different. For me, there's like the sad ones, and then you got like the Jesus ones, and then you got the, All I Want for Christmas Is You.
I'd probably say Last Christmas by George Michael.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Very telling that that's your favorite
It's
song.
also very sad.
Who broke your heart, bro?
Yeah, you got an hour?
I know Breed knows. I like what's that
Put it
one?
this way, I'm the only guy that puts myself in the friend zone.
What's that? You locked yourself in the friend zone. I like the John Lennon one. So this is Christmas. It's got a good message. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like those like peace on earth type ones. You like those, Bree, or you like the?
No, I like the more hip hop.
Yeah, she likes
the Mariah Carey, Ariana Grande.
Oh yeah. There's one she has. It's like Santa baby.
Yeah, I like that one.
Just like that.
I like
right?
the more upbeat.
She
not the one
likes
where you just
performers with 8-octave ranges.
Yeah, she doesn't like the sad ones.
Yeah. Can I just ask you something? You mentioned
Please, Daddy.
You mentioned the great John Lennon, right?
Yeah, I did.
And of course, Lennon is your eldest son's name.
I
Did you
have
name
a
him?
son. Yes, I named him after John Lennon.
It was either that
Who else would he be named after?
The Russian
guy?
Tsar?
Come on.
Hopefully not.
Hey, it's 7:54 coming up.
You didn't name Lennon after John Lennon.
John Lennon, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. Coming up Tuesday treats with 3 Squares Marketplace. It's on the way. It's going to be awesome. So hungry. Ready for it. You know what else is on the way? A new episode of Crimes Without Convictions of the KUAM Podcast Network. It's a launch week. Got a bunch of new episodes launching this week. Bree, we got a little sniblet here of Crimes Without Conviction, but if you could just give us a little background on the crime that you're covering in this episode.
The one that the focus of this week's Crimes Without Conviction is about a woman. Her name is Shizu Fujioka Cronin. She was reported missing in 1995, and no one's seen her since. And we spoke with Chief of Police Steve Ignacio, who actually helped with this case, and also former Criminal Investigation Division Detective A.V. Camacho, who's at the AG's office now.
Wow.
But back then.
Was he an investigator or something?
Yes, at the AG's office.
So can you just give us some background? Chief of Police Steve Ignacio, I definitely remember him being with the Highway Division, but he spent a lot of time investigating as a detective?
Yeah, he was part of the Criminal Investigation Division. And maybe you may remember in the first Crimes Without Conviction, he was with CID, and he actually responded to the Deanna Ollie murder in Jigo.
Yeah, and in that episode, you could tell that, even to this day, Chief is still very visibly shaken when talking about that crime.
Mm-hmm. And so they call her Susie. She had been missing. She was reported missing by her husband at the time. He reported that she may have traveled off island, but there was no records to indicate that she had left Guam because she was known to travel.
Yeah.
Then her children had hired a private investigator, and they live in the States. And there was reason to believe that the husband may have been involved with her disappearance.
Right, and so with this clip we have here, I believe this is former Detective Camacho who's speaking, and he's talking, we'll just jump ahead. He's talking about the meeting that they had with the private investigator that the children of this woman had hired.
So, we met with a private investigator sometime in 2000. We worked with him closely, and we developed some leads, and it led us to a home in Laddie Heights that they previously owned. And they had, I think the Cronins had sold it, or Mr. Cronin had sold it a few years prior, maybe sometime between 95 and 2000. So we approached the new homeowners and basically informed them, we had information that might assist our case, and we wanted to dig up their backyard. And surprisingly enough, they agreed. They agreed for us to, based on what we discussed with them, they were concerned and they wanted to find out if anyone was buried in their backyard, So with the help of, I think, DPW and some of their guys, we got some jackhammers and some shovels, and we dug up the backyard where the neighbor claimed to have seen him digging late one night. And unfortunately, we didn't discover anything.
So what, during this time, what was Mr. Cronin saying?
So again, like I said, Mr. Cronin's claim is that he believed that she had left to Mountain View, and that when she had got to Mountain View, he claims that he had received a letter from her saying that she was traveling in Europe. she was traveling on vacation or just traveling abroad in Europe. That was his claim to the family, the son and the daughter. But just like anything else that we were looking into, uh, we had no information to confirm that claim. Um, we never saw that letter, and they never saw that letter that claims that she was traveling abroad. And just to kind of give you a background on Mr. Cronin, he was actually a member of. He was a practicing attorney here in Guam, a lawyer, and it's my understanding, based on what information we gathered, that for some reason he was disbarred and he was no longer allowed to practice law on Guam. The victims, Shizu Cronin's attorney was the late Jan Rubenstein, and she had gone to him because she was in the process of trying to, I believe at the time, divorce Steve Cronin. And so as we look at what may have motivated her disappearance, and maybe even what we believe was her death, because like I said, we have no information that she was alive after March 1995. We believe it may have been financially motivated. We uncovered information that Steve Cronin was having financial problems, and he was also having issues with alcoholism.
Wow, Bree. And so, just to, obviously it's crimes without convictions, but so it kind of sounds like they really suspected the husband.
Yeah, they did. Her husband's passed away now.
Yeah.
But they did suspect, as you heard from the chief, some of the motives, or the motive, really, behind her disappearance. She was a pretty well-off woman.
Yeah.
She owned, it's that former hotel, is it the Polynesian Hotel? It's in Mighty, as you're going up the hill.
Yeah.
She owned that, and then a couple other businesses.
Yeah. That's that one that's on the, if you're coming up, it's on the left.
Yeah.
With the plumerias and all
Yeah.
that? Yeah. And so that's never been reopened, or I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty interesting. This episode, I mean, that part that we just played where it was determined that the detectives thought that this woman's remains might be buried in her old house, but that house had since been sold to new people.
And they own different houses, so that wasn't the only house that they went to.
So they went around to these different residences owned by this woman and her husband, and they dug up the property looking for her body.
Right.
But can you imagine moving into a house and you get a knock on the door one day and it's detectives and they're like, "Hey, can we dig up your body? Or can we dig up your backyard? There might be a body back there." I mean, talk about pack up and let's just move. You know what I mean? It's 8:01. That's a little sneak peek of the new episode of Crimes Without Convictions. Of course, one of our flagship podcasts on the always stellar KUAM Podcast Network. It is 8:01 on the Breeze side. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. This is the link. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. KUAM TV, here we come. Another episode of The Link, Tuesday, December 7th, 2021, right here on KUAM TV. Good morning, KUAM TV land. Good morning to our Facebook Live audience here joining us on the KUAM News Facebook page. Of course, everyone on the radio, the Breeze 93.9. Good morning. Good morning. Coming up, Tomas Manglotnia Regional News. The CNMI continues to battle this COVID-19 surge. That's on the way. But first, let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly sponsored by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Hafa everybody. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has officially removed Guam from its list of international countries where travel should be avoided as the risk for COVID-19 is very high. The change was made on the agency's website today. Last week, the Guam Visitors Bureau was informed by the CDC that the removal was forthcoming and that Guam would be considered domestic travel. At the time, Acting Governor Josh Tenorio welcomed the news as it aligns Guam with the stateside counterparts. He added that this better positions the island for reopening to tourism markets sooner. The Joint Information Center reports 10 people are now hospitalized for COVID. Only one patient is receiving ICU level of care. Out of the 10 hospitalizations, 5 vaccinated, 5 unvaccinated. Public Health reports an additional 22 new cases out of specimens analyzed over the weekend. To date, there have been a total of 19,270 officially reported cases, 266 deaths, 301 cases are active, and 18,702 people have recovered. The CAR score is now 1.0. As of December 5th, a total of 126,368 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. This total includes 12,052 residents between the ages of 12 to 17, 3,482 residents 5 to 11 years old that received their first dose of Pfizer, and only 658 residents between the ages of 5 to 11 have been fully vaccinated. 29,299 booster shots have been administered to eligible residents. The cases continue to surge in Saipan. According to the latest report from the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, there are 78 new confirmed positive cases out of 750 tests conducted on December 3rd. 8 people are now hospitalized, 7 of which are unvaccinated. 1 is a vaccinated patient. Since the surge began in October, there have been 891 new cases. Overall, though, the case count in the CNMI since March of last year is 1,182 confirmed cases of COVID-19. And now we're going to head over to Saipan, where we have our Tomas Manglotnia, who reports there live. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Brain Chris. Yes, those 78 cases reported this morning, of course, over the course of the few days. And we just also do want to point out to our viewers listening in, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation is catching up on that data. So you do notice the latest releases that those are from prior days, and we're waiting for the latest numbers in the most recent days. We do also want to provide the latest with regards to the federal teams that are here. The Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation telling us that the teams are here. They have the HHS Regional Emergency Coordinator on the island assessing and providing federal support. They also have the CDC support that will be that has arrived, and that will help the response with regards to epidemiology and data analysis. And also a team from the Disaster Medical Assistance, about 10 of them, to assist the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation with the monoclonal antibody treatment and the mission of vaccination. So we're going to try and check in with those federal teams as they settle in on island and address the COVID surge that is happening here. And since October 28th, since the first community case was identified in the over 200 days of no transmission prior to that, there have been 891 cases. 444 of them were identified via contact tracing, 435 via community testing, and 12 via travel testing. And I just wanted to switch gears as the JGO committee in the CNMI that is investigating Governor Torres made a recent announcement. They tell us that the testimonies of both the governor and the Department of Public Safety Commissioner Robert Guerrero in the House investigation into his expenditures, they're both expected to testify Friday at 10:30 in the morning at the legislature. Changes were, of course, made as the governor released new COVID-19 restrictions over the weekend. The legislature has decided to remain open and will prepare to put in COVID-19 precautions. Selena Babauta, who's the chair of the JGO committee, told us that quote, the burden to reconcile the need to be vigilant in light of the recent surges in COVID-19 cases with the need to continue our legislative mission weighed heavily on the decision. She also adds that because of these COVID-19 restrictions, seating in the House chamber may be restricted to ensure social distancing. And of course, that will also be streaming it. It is important to note that the CNMI office of the governor has yet to confirm if Governor Torres will appear before the committee on Friday, being Chris. And so that's some of the latest news here in the CNMI.
I did want to ask Tomas about, because you're right, there seems to be a delay in the reporting of confirmed cases. Have they provided any reason why?
That's why the team is here. Part of the team from the CDC and I believe FEMA also is being brought in specifically to do the epidemiology, the data analysis, things like that. As you recall, the regional epidemiologist, Stephanie Curran-Alali, was only here for about a week or a few days. She had to return back, I believe, to Guam or wherever her work will bring her with the Pacific Islander Health Association, I believe. And so, yes, and they're quite busy, and with the support now on island, they'll be able to catch up on some of those data. And in addition, we're planning to speak with some of the teams about some of the training and work that they're doing specifically with the monoclonal antibody treatments here in the CNMI as well.
I guess what I'm asking is, in terms of why is it difficult to say, whether or not there were X amount of new positive cases the day after the test
I think
results?
they're crunching the numbers. They're still crunching the numbers. My understanding is that there's probably about, 1 or 2 people working on that at the moment.
Wow.
And you can imagine with the surge that it can be difficult to catch up. And so what we heard is that they're getting more help to do that very, very detailed legwork. So the help is here, and we're expected to hear more about that. We're going to try and get some of the teams to speak with us as well.
And so now that the federal teams are there, does that mean there were five COVID-related fatalities there in the CNMI? Are we going to get information in terms of how old they were, whether they were vaccinated? I don't think I saw that in any of the CHCs.
That has yet to be seen. As you also probably noticed, Bree, the vaccination status of those cases always say pending, and so I'm sure that that will be part of the data work and something that will follow up in detail as well as the cases surge here. And I think we'll more information on what they're working on. I know that one of the big things that they're also working on is training healthcare workers on rota and tinea on how to administer the MAB treatment. And so and we're expected to hear about how that's going as well once we catch up with them.
What about the hospitalizations? It looks pretty, 8 now hospitalizations over there?
Yeah, 8 yeah.
Is the alternate care facility open now? Or has
Yes,
it
the
been
alternate
open?
care site has been open. It's unclear where exactly these 8 individuals are hospitalized. We haven't had a media briefing since the last time we spoke. So, and of course, since then, we've unfortunately had the 2 deaths that we reported on. And so they did say in that report, though, that none of them are on a ventilator. But we do know that they're administering the treatment as they do come in. And we know that at the hospital, they have the capacity, at least last we checked, for about 4 patients there who might be receiving a heightened level of care. And then at the alternate care site, they have the capacity for 30 beds.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tomas.
Thank you.
All right. Be safe out there. The Biden administration is implementing new travel rules to help combat the spread of the Omicron variant, which is just now starting to take hold in the States. Skylar Henry reports.
Beginning today, all travelers flying into the U.S. will have one more thing to do before boarding their flights.
We want to go around roughly 3 or 4 times in a circle.
Everyone aged 2 and up will need a negative COVID test at least 24 hours prior to takeoff. Previously, you had 72 hours to get tested. The rules cover vaccinated and unvaccinated passengers, and they also apply to U.S. citizens as well as foreign visitors.
We found out just randomly, so now we're like, well, do we wait? Do we do our test today? Do we do it tomorrow?
So far, there have been 0 deaths reported as a result of Omicron.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful
before we make any determinations that it is less severe or really doesn't cause any severe illness comparable to Delta.
As of now, all of the cases in the U.S. have been mild, but the variant is already in 17 states, and its spread is just getting started.
Really what we're going to see is over the next 3-4 weeks, dramatic increase in the number of cases of Omicron. And it's a perfect storm, right? The weather's getting colder, people are getting together for the holidays.
While scientists say there is still much to learn about Omicron, the early indicators out of South Africa show that being vaccinated and boosted is the best defense.
If you get boosted, you're going to get your level up, way up, and we feel certain that there will be some degree and maybe a considerable degree of protection against the Omicron variant.
New York Mayor Bill de Blasio announced this morning that beginning December 27th, all private businesses in the city will need to require their employees be vaccinated. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Washington.
A man convicted of molesting a 9-year-old girl known to him has been sentenced to 15 years behind bars. In presiding Judge Alberto Lamarina's courtroom, Luis Anthony Vargas was sentenced after being found guilty of 1 count of second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony with a special allegation of a vulnerable victim enhancement attached. It was in 2018 when Vargas was accused of molesting the minor on numerous occasions. Afterwards, prosecuting attorney Christine Tenorio said the minor victim and her family have waited for justice to be served for over 3 years. Nothing can lessen the emotional turmoil that the minor victim and her mother have gone through and will continue to go through. She thanked the mother of the victim for providing support during this difficult process. A DYA employee was arrested after allegedly punching a 12-year-old client in the nose. The alleged assault occurred Sunday afternoon at the Mingilao compound. According to the magistrate's complaint, 22-year-old Cleo Noni Maria Million Lamb was in a room with one of the clients who insulted her several times. Lamb allegedly admitted to punching the victim because she was fed up with the client's disrespect. Lamb faces charges of assault by a peace officer as a third-degree felony. According to DYA Director Melanie Brennan, an administrative investigation is underway but assures the public that DYA's priority is the safety and well-being of their youth residents. She, as a subject of this investigation, will not have further contact with residents. With more news, here's Hannah Devonzo.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafaday and good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Devonzo with your headlines here on The Link. The Guam Chamber of Commerce held its annual economic forecast, which shows some significant ups and downs for 2022 because of the pandemic. The annual look ahead by local experts predict a continued slow recovery for tourism, but a big boom in construction. Nestor Lecanto has more.
First up was Labor Department Chief Economist Gary Hiles, who said the pandemic-led collapse in tourism saw a corresponding plunge in the gross domestic product, a measure of the total goods and services produced.
While it's the largest GDP decrease I've ever seen for Guam, it's also much smaller than could have been expected. The fact that it only decreased 11.9% is pretty impressive because of the aggressive federal stimulus, both monetary and fiscal, that mitigated much of what otherwise would have been a decline in the economy that may have been 3 times as large.
The federal government poured in an unprecedented $5 billion in direct aid and grant funding in FY 2021, 5 times its historic annual aid. But in contrast, the tourism industry, which accounts for at least a third of the economy, the recovery will still likely be a slow and uncertain one. GVB Vice President Jerry Perez.
The feedback we've been getting from the industry, which tends to be a little bit more optimistic or quite a bit aggressive in their marketing, they're forecasting like 200,000 visitors. We believe, however, just among management, that the figure of 115 to 120,000 might be a more realistic estimate optimistically.
That's still a far cry from the record 1.5 million tourists before the pandemic. But there are some bright spots. Congress passed an historic $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, and along with the military buildup, construction is one of the few industries that can help prop up our economy. Public Works Director Vince Ariolo presented an extensive list of planned road and infrastructure construction.
Right now, we've these projects alone, we've pegged at about 475 million. As we move and as the monies come in from the federal government and from grants that we've applied for, that number is just going to increase. And we believe FY 2022 and calendar year 2022 is going to be really big for construction here in Guam.
But moderator and GITA board chairman David John says the pandemic is proving once again that we need more than a pair of drivers for the economy.
What is different this time around is, one, the urgency to diversify. I think we've all seen that tourism is a wonderful industry to have for our economy, provides a nice lifestyle for you and I, but it's, when we only have two legs to the stool, we're really putting ourselves in positions to have situations where our economy can go south in a hurry.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Acting Governor Josh Tenorio shares more information behind the Physicians Advisory Group's urgent push for GDOE to offer COVID vaccinations during school hours. Last week, PAG Chair Dr. Nathaniel Berg said schools are the unifying place for children to get vaccinated.
We're not talking about a mandate right now. What we'd like to do is make sure that there's access. So one of the things that we're seeing is people have transportation issues. We know that from the DOA numbers, so far preliminarily, a lot of folks that are in need, that are living in multi-generational settings that don't have access to healthcare have been the biggest victims. So one way of getting this done is getting Department of Education to partner with us to push out parental consent forms and surveys to parents so we can see where the demand is and we can respond to the demand.
GDOE is against school vaccinations, but Superintendent John Fernandez says more thought and planning needs to take place. Parents, he said, should have input as well. A virtual roundtable hearing is scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight regarding COVID-19 vaccination requirements and standard operating procedures, personal rules and regulations, as well as weekly COVID testing for the Guam Department of Education. This discussion comes after Senator Talina Nelson met with a group called United for Education in November, which they cited in a letter written in October to the committee chair on education, confusion, fear, and discrimination against employees who refuse to comply with the governor's order for a mandatory vaccination or weekly testing. The Department of Administration and Public Health are also expected to be in attendance at this session, which will be held via Zoom. The hearing will be live streamed on the Guam Legislators' YouTube page. This year, Operation Christmas Drop is bigger and brighter as they prepare to spread holiday joy through the Micronesian islands. Daniel Perez has more.
It's the 70th year of Operation Christmas Drop, a huge milestone for the Air Force and allies that support it. Mission Commander Captain Alex Randall shared details on the operation.
We operate mostly south and west from Guam to Palau and the Federated States of Micronesia, supporting over 20,000 islanders in some of the remote regions in the world. We deliver the bundles through low-cost, low-altitude airdrop, operating from 200 and 300 feet, and the bundles are full of critical needed supplies, humanitarian supplies, survival equipment, presents and toys as well to the islanders.
Along with the mission being humanitarian, it also serves a second purpose.
Training opportunities like this really give the United States and our partners and allies a chance to train and prepare for the next humanitarian crisis and ultimately to provide disaster relief to regions like this. So it's a unique opportunity for us to get better at opportunities at moments like this that better prepare us for the future.
This year will also be the first time the U.S., Japan, and Korea will come together for Operation Christmas Drop. Point of contact for Operation Christmas Drop, Captain Shori Yamashiro.
This work is a chance to improve humanitarian assistance, and it demonstrates our commitment to foster a free and open Indo-Pacific.
This year, the Air Force and allies will make 175 drops to 57 islands, They also partnered with the Centers for Disease Control to minimize COVID infections to the packages, and for the bundles to be dropped safely and securely, they are rigged to a parachute. Airman First Class Isaiah Dillon.
I came in and there's families coming in bringing the donations. We're here partnering with our Korean allies, and I just take a step back and I'm looking at the whole operation happening in this one shop. It was just pretty cool to see everyone come together to provide disaster relief and humanitarian assistance to the people in the islands.
200 bundles of cargo will be dropped over 23,000 civilians in the Micronesian islands. The operation will happen this week. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
And to get you into the holiday spirit, singer Michael Bublé has a special Christmas that airs tonight. Here's more.
That's right. Tonight at 9 p.m. on NBC TV8, make sure to tune in to Michael Bublé's Christmas in the City as he celebrates the 10th anniversary of his beloved chart-topping holiday album, Christmas. The Canadian crooner heads to Rockefeller Center's Studio AH for a night of comedy, music, and Christmas spirit with the help of some special guests. The special, which is co-produced by Saturday Night Live kingpin Lorne Michaels, features a lineup to include Jimmy Fallon, Kermit the Frog, Camila Cabello, and Leon Bridges, to name a few. There's even a 48-piece orchestra. Again, an all-new Michael Bublé Christmas in the City airs tonight on NBC TV8 at 9 p.m. Don't miss it.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM's News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more. Points. Do more. Get more.
During their first day of session, several resolutions were passed, including one that provides support for the long-standing effort to get compensation for Guam radiation victims of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific during the 1940s and 50s. The resolution supports a pair of U.S. House and Senate bills to extend radiation exposure compensation to Guam. Main sponsor, Speaker Teresa Lahi, cites the testimony of a Navy man who was on duty here when the first thermonuclear detonation occurred on Inuiatok Atoll in Marshalls. The resolution states that Guam is located about 1,200 miles directly west of the nuclear test sites and receive radioactive fallout from these tests. A markup hearing on the House bill is set for December 8th. The long-standing effort to win compensation has been led by the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, founded by Group President Robert Celestial. Session resumes at 9 o'clock this morning. A bag that contained over $2,000 was given back to the rightful owner less than 24 hours after finding it at Inalahan Pool Sunday. Isaiah Uggan reports.
It first started off with a community volunteer, Jimmy Manu, discovering a bag at one of the pavilions of Inalahan Pool yesterday evening.
The bag was turned over from the community work volunteer to a trusted resident of Inalahan, namely Stephen Polino. Stephen Polino came by the house last night and dropped the bag off. We verified its contents. We kind of narrowed it down that she was staying here at PIC. I made a call last night to give assurance that we have the bag and we're going to meet at 8:30 if possible so that I can do the handover of the bag over to the security.
The bag had a cell phone, wallet with ID, credit card, some Korean money, and over $2,000 in U.S. currency. It was money that Manu of Inalahan could have kept for himself, but Village Mayor Anthony Chargaloff told KUAM News they wanted to do the right thing.
Well, you know, I want to say there's instilled values in our community. And more importantly, I think for us, the message we want to send to everybody, you know, tourists, is that you can trust people here. There's still a lot of good people here in Guam, and we want to show that through our action of returning that today.
The Inalahan mayor dropped off the bag to owner 33-year-old Duri Su at the Pacific Islands Club in Tamuning this morning.
It's very thankful and I'm very lucky. So and Guam is very safe. Oh, I love Guam.
Sue, the mother of two from Seoul, Korea, has been visiting the island in the last week. This is the third time she has visited Guam. She shared her favorite things about the island.
A favorite Emerald Sea.
Sue will be returning home to Korea with her husband, 5-month-old baby, and 6-year-old child on Thursday, December 8th. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
And with your news in tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes to get some to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Paraguay na di virtual roundtable hearing lambo na gi alas 6 reglamento ni binako ng COVID-19, standard operating procedures at reglamentong personal GDOE dyan na di test siya para COVID-19 kada semana para Departamento de Edukasyon. Este na din skuti sa matudespesa ni Omali si Senadora Tilina Nielsen dyan na di Group United for Education gi November na mes no masangani na matugi ikata i Oktubre humiluli Komite ng Edukasyon pwede yung kabukaw na sinenti minaanyaw dyan iti mafabot at di siya yung empleyao niti man malago maosgi din ni magahaga para fan mabakuna para fan mates kada semana. I Departamento ng Administrasyon dyan ni Departamento sa Salud Publiko sa siyempre ufang gagi guhi na hearing ni para masedi entry di Zoom na manera. Para ma-live stream i-hearing, giplego nila sa turang guahan gi YouTube. Masasunto, adi tawtaw ni maatake ng molesta 9 anyos na patkampalawan sa para mapreso para 15 anyos. Gimenan West Alberto Lamarena III, masentensya si Luis Anthony Vargas, ane masoda ni jury na umisaw nung kwenta na second-degree criminal sexual conduct no primer grado na felony no ginatutsingin ni special allegation of a vulnerable victim enhancement. I 2018 na sakan na maatake si Vargas na molesta ay menor edad dati umbiyaihiya. Gidispress sa niya prosecuting na abogado si Christine Tenorio na minor edad na biktima dyan ni familiar niya sa mananggat 3 anyos para masedbi justisya. Tada sinarumibahay sa nenten pinadesi para ipadgon dyan sila nanya. Da siyempre continue gi paramona por este na sucedimento. Yuto mo na suntig ifinut sa moro para pago na matis gin ni KUAM News. Maresta un empleo ay Department of Youth Affairs anya paniti un 12 anyos na padgon gigueng niya. Masusedi esti gitaluanin sabalo gisagan DYA sa Mangilaw. Sigon ni magistrate sa complaint, sumisa si Cleo Nani Maria Millian Lamb, 22 anyos na edad gihalong kwarto sa ni biktima, no sige ay insulta. At mitis lam na hapaniti sa esta osunggi ni tarispetu niya ibiktima. Afafana sila minatake na assault by peace officer no minatres grado na felony. Sigon ni Direktor de DYA si Melanie Brennan, guhay hasta administrative na investigasyon. Lumalago ginosuguraw publiko na mastat karo na priority para DYA sa seguridad sa ni minawli kimanyak sa gagwihi siya na manhobin. Asangan mas na ipetsona ni may investitika sa tisinya o contact imanyak sa gagwihi na lugar. Para Guam News Network, guaho si Ken Concepcion. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Dokumu Pacific.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E. Discounts on fuel at Shell. Vouchers at Foodies. And United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@kuam.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other
Welcome back to the link, everybody, on a kinda rainy Tuesday morning. Please be safe out on the roads as you make your way around. Welcome back to all of you joining us in the comments right now, listening on Breeze 93.9 or watching us on KUAM TV. We're happy to have you along for the ride, and we are happy to have in our Zoom room 3 esteemed, accomplished members of our community, and we're kind of talking about an event that we talked about with Chief Judge Frances Tidinko Gatewood from the U.S. District Court of Guam. Her Honor is back again. Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, good morning. Happy day.
Hi. And she is, of course, joined by the Honorable F. Philip Carbolito, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Guam, and I know a diehard F.D. Friars football fan because the few games that I have called, His Honor has always been there. One of the most ardent fans and supporters. So, Your Honor, always good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Jason, and good morning, Sabrina and Chris Barnett, and I'll give a shout out to Coach Bruce Meno.
There you go.
Excellent job, the FD Friars.
Outstanding team. And a member of the KUM family joining us, Carmen Ujoa Kasperbauer. It has been too long. Good to see you.
Very good to see you. Half a day and good morning, everybody.
All right. So we have all gathered here at this virtual table, as it were, talking about the emotional quotient conference or the conference that dealt with the trying to curb and understand how to better handle the EQ, as it were, as a means of really addressing the very real problem of family violence here on the island. So we'd like to kind of get caught up, maybe talk about like how the conference went and maybe some takeaways from it. So Carm, you were the lead coordinator from it, so we'll give you the lead honor. And as a former lead anchor at KUAM, I think that's very fitting.
Okay, thank you very much. I was thinking that the CJs were going to speak before me, but okay, sure, no problem.
Well,
Is that
if you'd
okay
like to
with
defer,
you,
that's
CJ?
more than welcome.
Okay, because it really did come out mainly from the District Court of Guam. But last week, we wrapped up the first phase of a three-part program, and it is an EQ program. And just for those of you out there who are listening or watching and are unfamiliar with the term EQ, it is the emotional quotient, which essentially is managing your emotions in a healthy way. So the quotient would be the amount, the level, and if one has a high EQ, that just means that they are better at handling their emotions. They're better with their self-control. For those who have a lower EQ, that just means, you know, they need a little more work on that, but that is precisely why this EQ curriculum, which is going to be implemented in the second phase of the three-part program, is going to be taught in the different schools throughout Micronesia. I'm going to back up real quick with regard to the first phase, though. And honestly, Your Honors, whenever you want to jump in, just jump in. I'm really sorry. And so the first phase essentially was a training conference. And so we have all of these teachers, we have these counselors, and we have different people who were designated by team leaders on all of the islands to conduct community outreach programs or presentations in the community houses, the churches, the businesses, and private sector, government agencies. So we're really trying to reach out as far as we can and try to share the message of mental health. And I'm just going to throw a term out there. It's called neuroplasticity. Don't throw anything at me. Neuroplasticity really just means, because it is very evidence-based, it is proven that people's brains really can change. And so this is the premise, this is the idea behind why the judges are moving forward with this approach. I shouldn't say just the judges, because this is a partnership between the judiciary, the executive branch, as well as the legislative branches of all of these islands that are participating. And so Dr. Neil Nedley, a mental health expert, really did visit last week, and beginning Wednesday and through Friday, he really did conduct multiple seminars sharing all of the concepts of EQ, and it was powerful. And I'll actually ask CJ Carbolito and CJ Tidinko Gatewood to share more on that. But he did come out here, and that was the general session. Everybody, even the leaders of the island, came out on Wednesday so that they could be exposed. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Everybody is busy, most especially the leaders of this island. We know that. But they were so compelled by the content, and they saw how critically needed it was, most especially now in our community and all of the communities, honestly, not just Micronesia, but the world right now, that they actually returned the next day and then returned the day after that because they were so compelled by it. That would be the first part. So Dr. Nedley spoke during a general session, and then we went into teacher train the trainer programs. That particular session happened after lunch, and then the community outreach train the trainer happened after that. And all of this, everybody working together, using this concept, this very evidence-based, this scientifically proven cognitive behavioral therapy approach to mental health to really reduce violence on the islands. And it's not just amazing, Jason. It's a miracle, because all of the different islands, their leaders, they are so warmed and excited about the possibility that even their children can be helped, because we know that borders. Do you see? Are you sure? If you want to jump in, you can. You see, I'll keep going. So let me just one minute. I'm really sorry.
I was gonna say, like, she still got it, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are fans of Carmen Ujoa way back in the day at KUM, once you're an anchor person, you never lose that.
Well, you know what? You are really way too sweet, but I'm just really, it shows that I'm really excited about the prospect of everybody being helped. And it's not just helping violence, but there's a major healing, an overall healing that will happen, because even though the borders are closed on the islands, and COVID hasn't hit the shores yet and penetrated or made its way into the different hamlets or villages, people's mental health is declining. It's declining. And they see that, and it's manifesting itself into either depression and anxiety, or unfortunately violence. And this is what the judges had recognized, and this is why they reached out and they wanted to partner with all of the leaders of the different islands to say, you know what, let's try this. Let's try this. Let us not just meet this goal of reducing, or hopefully ending, but reducing violence in our communities. Let's really start a healing of everybody, not just adults, but children who have clearly shown that they're hurting too. And so I mentioned that it's a 3-phase. And so the third phase actually happens, I believe, from July 13th through the 15th, 2022. And the hope is that borders will be open and it'll be a real and live 100% conference and not just a hybrid. And all of the different islands that participated, their teams, their teachers, community outreach teams, their leaders will all converge here on Guam next summer and report their findings. And the biggest hope really is that all of these programs can be implemented on these different islands. Sorry, thank you. You can mute me, and I believe that the CJs have
never, Carl.
Thank you.
Well, your voice is always welcome, but I would like to bring Mr. Chief Justice, if we could. Can you speak to the importance of the scope of this conference? Being regional and being able to exchange ideas, with our brothers and sisters from without Micronesia, but then broader, throughout different places, like essentially throughout the nation. And what we can learn from them is what they can learn from us.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Carmen did an excellent job in terms of summarizing the program, and of course we didn't want to cut off her enthusiasm and her explanation. But I think I'd like to emphasize a point and provide context as to why is the judiciary stepping out of its traditional role and taking the lead really in promoting this program. I think it's important for the community to understand, just in reference. Our role here at the judiciary has traditionally been adjudicators. We see almost towards the tail end of the process where a act of violence has been committed, someone is brought before the courts, and we then need to adjudicate what happens to the individual, and also in reference to the caring for the victim. And in this particular case, the judiciary is really now appearing at the front end and taking the lead and putting together, as Carmen has pointed out, a team of that consists of the executive branch, the legislative branch. We had the lieutenant governor there, we had the speaker there, the governor was off island, and we had the superintendent of the Department of Education. And I must commend my colleague, Chief Judge Francis Sadenko Gatewood, and Chief Justice Manma, Superintendent Manma from the App State Supreme Court, for their vision and foresight in saying, look, let's just not be content with our role in reference to being adjudicators. Let's take the lead and be part of the community solution. This is a community problem. It's not a problem only of the judiciary, executive, or separate problem of the legislative. It's a community problem. And so Chief Judge Gatewood called our executive committee members, which consists of all the chief justices of the Micronesian region, and say, we should really take the lead because there's more that we can offer than just adjudicators. We can use our talents and our skills and our voice to be at the forefront of how do we reduce family violence in the community. Just like our juvenile justice reform, we want to come now at the front end and as Carmen has pointed out, at the school level, at the elementary school level, start molding their thinking of how to react to instances of potential violent activity and how to handle the circumstance so it doesn't escalate. So this is really the concept of coming together as a community, trying to address the problem at the front end. Not to, we can never eliminate it, but we can try and reduce and take every step we can to prevent the act from being perpetrated, and so that we don't see it come to the courts. So I think, Jason and Sabrina, the concept of the judiciary stepping out of its traditional role and being taking really the lead in terms of providing education at the front end and not only educating ourselves because we learned a lot during this conference, but how can we use those tools to be leaders in the community to promote. And you know, I have to say at the front end, at the beginning when Chief Judge Gatewood allowed me to speak on the first day, that, you know, we have ethical boundaries. We can't be advocates for particular causes, but we can be part of the education and just how we address the problem. We can be part of that system, and we you know, we are convinced that this is the role that we should take. And so I'll defer now to my colleague, Chief Judge Gatewood, to express her sentiments.
Okay, well, thank you, Phil, Chief Justice Carbolito. It's always nice to work with my mentor, visionary leader, Justice Carbolito, because I think it's true. We were very ambitious about this, and Phil goes, "Oh, whoa, can we do this?" I go, "I don't know, but let's try it." And he says, "Okay, just, you know, let's work out the details." And so it's nice that Phil Carbolito is leading the Guam, our island. He's leading our team on Guam. And you know, you always hear the phrase, "It takes a village." Well, really, it takes a government. And Phil Carbolito is leading the executive, judicial, and legislative branches in putting together the team for Guam. And I'm pretty excited for that because actually they do have a good team. They were there the first 3 days of our seminar last week. And I will say that even though it may be uncomfortable for judges to take the lead, I think that the thing that Phil Carbolito and I have in common is that we believe in the rule of law and the mission to ensure that the rule of law is and not only on our island, but all our region in the Federated States of Micronesia. And in particular, I think it's true, it's not just me and Phil, but Cyprian Manmar, my co-chair, and the other executive officers of the Pacific Judicial Council. We felt it was our responsibility to be visionary in equipping our children and our communities in making sure, especially that our children, because now we're talking about the curriculum in the school, that they thrive physically, emotionally, and mentally and socially. And you know, this mental health crisis has just exploded all over the place. Probably even more so because of COVID, as Chief Justice Carbolito has indicated. So we're excited, Jason and Sabrina. We appreciate you guys taking an interest in this. I mean, this is Dr. Nedley told Justice Carbolito and myself that this is the first time that even his team has gone into the schools. I mean, usually they focus on EQ at the college level because he has a school in California at the college level with adults. But now we are penetrating into the, like Justice Carbolito said, the elementary children, the middle school, and the high school, one of each. And that is pretty significant. And I think that we, as I indicated last time, Jason, in closing, that, you know, we are taking the lead as we look at our Secretary of Education and our U.S. Surgeon General, and they talk about this issue of the mental health crisis of our youth and our children. So this is exciting, and we hope it will continue to be successful.
Absolutely.
Jason, if I can just add, you know, I was listening to your morning drive on the way down to work here, and you know, Sabrina and Chris and yourself were pointing out in reference to all the anxiety that people are experiencing in reference to still the effects of COVID, and just, you know, how are they going to pay for their mortgages, losing their jobs, and you know, where can they get relief for rental payments? And you're discussing the program in terms of providing some type of assistance. You know, with this kind of anxiety, this type of kind of atmosphere continuing to be within our community, it really is the environment where maybe unintentional violence, but it's just human behavior. There is a reaction, and so I think it's important that we start penetrating the community. We're starting with the schools, but Chief Judge Gatewood's vision is then we go into government, we go into the business sector, we go into the villages, and we start educating all segments of our community that there are ways that we can prepare that when we are in circumstances that may initiate a violent behavior, that there are steps to avoid it. There are certain steps that you can take that maybe will dial down the aggressive behavior, and so it's really quite exciting that this is just a start, and we're hopefully going to reach into all segments of the community.
As part of the framework that that you've all discussed, and I know, Madam Chief Judge, we talked about this last time when we had you on the show, is you were kind of touching on the fact that now that we better understand the true and much broader nature of mental health over the last few years and everything like that, could this framework maybe incorporate, like you said, going into high school, middle school, elementary school at that level? And you've talked about this before. You said we always teach civics insofar as teaching kids to be law-abiding citizens, but now maybe even saying understand proper behavior and the way we treat each other, and like the fact that you need that outlet.
Well, two things. One, with regard to civics, unfortunately, they don't have the civics in the schools anymore. That's a sad state of affairs. I mean, not like when we used to have it when we were young.
Oh, I had no idea.
I've
been out of school for a while.
As far as I know, that's true, and that's been a while. And Sandra Day O'Connor, Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, actually has an iCivics program that a lot of the schools are implementing, and that's something that we at the district court, we actually have summer camps with iCivics, and we have a pilot program with the Academy of Our Lady. I think that was chosen because Cynthia Cumey's my district rep, so she chose Academy. She graduated from Academy. But on the issue of teaching how to manage your emotions, this EQ intelligence, I think I would like Carmen to speak to that, because she helped design the customized curriculum to go into the schools that Chief Justice Carbolito and I are talking about. Chief Justice Carbolito and his team, I'm not sure, but they figured out which schools are going to be the pilot schools for Guam, one elementary, one middle, one high school, and that's in every island. So Carmen, maybe you can speak on that last question. Thank you very much. And my response will only take about 30 minutes. Do we have time? Totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Mute me now.
This is a short one. Yeah.
Mute me now. Sorry. Yeah, precisely. So there were different curriculums or sets of lesson plans that were designed specifically for elementary, middle, and high school. All of them, in addition to being modified or tailored for those specific grades, have also been adapted for Micronesia. So that was very, very important. And so they really will be, they being the students at all of these different levels, will be learning about EQ. They'll start with the brain, and then they'll go into the emotions, and there'll be many, many activities where they're interactive, right? Sharing how they feel and why it's important. They go into, I'm going to throw this out, I'm sure you guys know what this is, the different cognitive distortions. It's going to be broken down, unpacked, made very rudimentary so that these students, can understand and really accept. So the idea is this. If these children, if these students at all of these, grade levels, if they can learn about their emotions and then they can learn to understand those emotions, the idea and the hope is that they will learn to effectively manage those emotions and not make those regrettable decisions that many of these judges obviously have seen with defendants that have gone before them. And so this is kind of where they were trying to go with this method, with this EQ approach. I hope that was helpful.
Absolutely.
And I can go on 10 more minutes. Just
I'm pretty sure you could, Carm.
I'm so sorry, Chris.
No. But is it a number? Because I've been listening very intently. Is there a number that you said associated with the EQ? Because my IQ is pretty down there, and I'm hoping to get a high score on something. So is it the higher the EQ score, the better you deal with your emotions, or the other way around?
Precisely.
Okay,
Chris,
good.
on target. You're
Nice.
exactly right.
Okay.
And here's the thing: at whatever EQ level any of these kids are at, or anybody who participates in these community outreach presentations is at, the idea is that once they get through this, that they have a higher level of EQ, and there is a way to measure it, but that's going to be shared later.
Wow.
Or we could talk about it for 50 more minutes, and I could get slides.
Well, you know what? I got some time next week, so maybe we could book you for the whole week.
And Chris, let me just add that I learned there that having a low IQ doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have a high EQ. So there is hope.
I just wanted to mention one last. Oh, sorry, Sabrina. Go ahead, dear.
I was just going to ask, how many schools? Is it just the three, one elementary, one middle, and one high school? Oh.
Yeah, and you know what, Sabrina? It's not even an actual school. It's just a class. So it's just one elementary class specifically. Elementary will be 3rd or 4th grade. It's either or, depending on the island, right? Because they're going to select the teacher. I'm going quickly just in case, we have to go, right? And then middle school will be one class on that island, up to 30 kids, by the way, per class. And then a high school class is what it is per island. And so we have the different islands that are participating, and they already have their teams set and ready to go. But that was a great question. Sorry, because we didn't break that down.
Yeah. How did you select which class and which school?
So you know what? That was actually determined by the Nedley Health team who helped to develop this curriculum. They did so much of it, and it's existing EQ curriculum. And they, they just selected those middle grades, I guess. So in elementary, we see the 3rd graders, right? 3rd or 4th, and then middle school, specifically 7th. And then for high school, you could probably guess the 10th grade class. So this is what they were looking at. I wanted to, Sabrina.
No, but Carmen, Phil,
go ahead.
Let me just say, you're right on the classes, but Justice Carmelito could probably talk about how Team Guam selected their specific class in school, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, Erica Cruz, the deputy superintendent, is the lead in reference to following up on the program, and she actually was the one that selected her 10 representatives that were participating through the week of the training. Mm-hmm. So, it's my intention to follow up with Erica to have kind of like an exit meeting. The governor the lieutenant governor who is there, and my discussion with him is that he's going to appoint Therese Areola of behavioral health to be the executive branch's lead. And the speaker is very excited about it, and she herself wants to be the one involved in relation to the training, the follow-up, and then of course deciding who within the legislature will be the liaison. But the concept is, okay, this is a start. We start in the schools, and how is it now that the various branches can extend out in reference to this training. But we take it a step at a time. This is a very ambitious project. The Pacific Judicial Council, which is the umbrella organization overseeing this program, has never undertaken such a massive program with a goal of when you're saying that we're trying to reduce across the board in our community family violence, and we see every day in our dockets what is the number one offense in terms of the criminal behavior. It can be very daunting, and so but we have good people involved that understand the program, understand the problem, and want to do all we can to try and come together and address the very difficult issues.
Could I just add to that super quick, if it's okay? Dr. Erica Cruz has been amazing. She has put a great deal of measured thought into who she was going to select. As a matter of fact, the teachers were not selected randomly. This is an elementary and a middle and a high school teacher, all from feeder schools. And so they'll work together as a team. It's just, she's amazing. She even had her psychologists and the counselors, all of them come out to get trained as well, because she saw that there is definitely a need in the Department of Education with all of the tens of thousands of kids needing this help. And so she is excited and she's incredibly motivated. If you get a chance, please interview her because she could share with you some of the needs, I guess, mental health needs, and how this could possibly be a real solution for them.
Right, and so I know that we're starting small, but what's the timeline on this? And do you eventually see this being something that we see at every school on the island?
Well, let me just say so we're doing this is like a pilot program. We're going to see what happens. As Chief Justice Carmelito, and by the way, if you interview the team, I think you should call Chief Justice Carmelito and get their whole team, because everybody's going to be looking at their team, really. I mean, and just real quickly before you talk about that, Chris, what's exciting was Carmen was already on the phone with Cyprian Manmar, my co-chair. YAP has already have their team talking to Carmen, and they're going to meet again today. So I'm pretty sure Chief Justice Carmelito from Guam team, and then we have all the other Chief Justices are going to meet, and because they're going to also be trained virtually between now and the time they get the students immersed in the program, third quarter, that's January 2022 to March 2022. So the timeline that's the timeline, Chris, in terms of getting it into the curriculum for those 3 grades. And then the reporting is supposed to be July. So we hope to come together, assuming COVID is, subsided, and come in real live in person. So, like, for example, Chief Justice Carmelito with Team Guam, they're going to do a report on, hey, how did it go for Team Guam? And then YAP and Cosrai, Pohnpei, et cetera. They're going to do that. And so then we're going to see how successful it's going to be. And then I think what we're going to do is we hope to, like, hand it off and education takes over. But, Carmen, maybe you could speak to that real quick on how we're going to do that.
Well, that's going to be discussed later, CJFTG, because we really do have to see how the pilot program goes first, and how and then Chris, I was going to say Christopher, Chris, we're going to see how they're actually going to report, and then honestly, that'll be determined from that point forward. I would say that we could probably have a curriculum in place by 2023. If that's what you were looking for, and that would be the hope. Because once all of this is approved, and we already have other aspects of a full curriculum being developed, we have to see if it's approved first, right? Then it could be adopted. Again, the governments, that's another, it's a time period, it's hard to say, but the hope would be full implementation by 2023. CJ's, is that okay that I said that? I don't want to speak prematurely, but he's asking an excellent question, and he does that. So thank you very much for asking. I'm hoping that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, I don't know if you guys covered this, but like workplace, that'd be great if we had a training here and we were able to talk about our emotions without things flying.
Without anybody taking it personally. Sorry.
No, Chris, can I tell you?
Yeah.
If you didn't watch the EQ, Justice Carmelito and we spoke about this after it was all done. We had a meeting, and Phil Carmelito and I felt like this was the best training that we've ever had on family bonds and emotional intelligence equivalent. Quotient. Phil, do you concur with that, right?
I've been involved in the education of judicial officers for the last over 15 years with PJC, and this is just very enlightening, and the potential for it to have a positive effect within a shorter period of time, I think cause us to be very energetic and supportive of the program. But Chris, in reference to timeline, I operate in a similar way. We need to see the milestones. We need to see, where are we at the end of where we'd like to be, and I think the first step is just understanding the program and exposing it. And what better way than to do it at the highest level of government so that you can receive the respective support and not, have bureaucratic red tapes. Dr. Erica Cruz, she's just really been tremendous in reference to her enthusiasm and her understanding of how this can be very impactful within the schools. And that's a large segment of how we reach the students at the younger age, because the program is, as Carmen has pointed out, is, you can teach your brain to change. We always think when we do physical activity that we're doing it for our physical health, and that has nothing to do with our brain. Well, sitting through this program, there is a lot of a relationship in terms of taking care of your physical health to also taking care, maybe subconsciously, of your mental health. And so it's a very eye-opening program. And so the short answer to your question, Chris, is we want to develop milestones and tie it into real tangible successes or just achievements along the way.
Has the Nedley Health Team conducted this sort of a project, this program, anywhere else?
Well, I think, Carmen, you can answer that.
They piloted, thank you very much. They piloted it also at a school in Northern California. It was very successful, but it was only one quarter. And so that was pretty much their pilot for this pilot program, if you understand what I'm saying. And so we'll see how it goes. And we have elementary, we're covering all the ground, elementary, middle, and high school. And honestly, Sabrina, we really are hoping and we're wishing for the best. And which is why this team, it did not end at phase one. Everybody, we need to keep all team members motivated, encouraged, and of course they must be informed, right? And provided the resources that they need in order for their projects to be successful. But yes, so it was in California. I wanted to mention one other thing real quick, if it's okay, and it's just speaking to what Chris had mentioned earlier, and I think that he was joking around about it, but Chris, maybe you were serious about it, I'm not sure, but as part of the pilot program, I had mentioned...
It's a spoonful of sugar thing. I'd sprinkle a little bit of sugar on there, but there's always a little something serious.
No, it's coming. Just wait for it. No, the pilot program that's going to take place in the third quarter, that's the third quarter school year. So that's January through the end of March 2022, is not only going to entail the teaching of the different lesson plans and those curriculums in all of those grade level schools. It will also simultaneously have or offer the different community outreach programs. And so the little seminar, they do have seminars on mental health, or EQ, that will be, will provide the script, the slideshows, Chris, to human resource managers, I guess, in the government sector, and then we'll also offer it to the private sector as well. And then we'll have another slideshow and script, and they can modify it how they wish. They can adapt it how they wish, so that it's most effective in their language, if they want to. But they'll probably do it in English, or depending on where they're from, like Pohnpeian English. You know what I mean? Just so that it's effective and it's and it's realistic for the people who are watching. And so we'll be offering that as part of the pilot program as well. And honestly, it is excellent content. It is not just excellent, it is outstanding. It's the idea and hope is really that you just don't present something, that we actually give them real, scientifically proven, practical approaches to healing their mental health, to increasing their EQ. It's all possible, and it really does. It's happened. It's proven. And so they'll be offering that as well. If you guys are interested, maybe you can talk to the CJs, and they'll go ahead and give you one of the packets so you can test it out itself. You will love it.
Well, we are very much interested.
May I just add that the good thing is Carmen has a background in education. She's a certified master educator of secondary education. So when she helped develop this curriculum, like I said, it's customized to fit the islands. I mean, you don't have pictures of the snow. You have pictures of the islands, the oceans, and even the children and the teachers and the judges that are pictured in the curriculum books look like us, which is very relatable. And so I would say that as Chief Justice Carbolito and I sat through the training last week, we were so impressed by it and overjoyed by the richness of what was presented, that the curriculum, curriculum, I am positive, I've already looked at the curriculum, it is very rich in terms of substance. And I will say that what's really important is, if you even look at Dr. Nedley's background, he's an internal surgeon, and just look at what he's done. I mean, I think his resume speaks for himself. But just listening to him, he's just a really humble, very prepared presenter. And he didn't waste my time there. I mean, I took off 3 days to watch this. That's a lot of time for me to take off. Yeah. I just finished 2 trials back to back. But can I tell you, there was not one dull moment that I ever felt listening to him or his presenters. I can't say I've ever done that before, right, or ever felt that way. I'm pretty sure Phil Carbolito.
Well, you had me at 3 days off. Bree, I'm going to need to take 3 days off. Unfortunately.
Hey, Chris, it wasn't 3 days off of work because I still had to work. But
darn it.
3 days out of time.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, well, we'd love to hang around and talk a little bit more, but Carmen took up all the time, so.
I am so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Your Honors.
Your justices.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Carm.
Okay, adios. Thank you, Chris, Sabrina.
Wishing you all the best, EQ.
I hope you have an EQ-licious Christmas, guys. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
you, Carmen. There you go. Good stuff. Wow. 9:15. Yeah, so I guess we got some EQ
like a
work
test,
to do.
Right? There's a test.
Is there a test?
To check your emotional level?
Ooh, I'm scared of this one. Can we get it? Want me to take it?
Yeah, we'll just ask Carm.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. Robert Celestial's coming on the show. There's been an update. There's development with the measure that's working its way through the Congress relative to the downwinders. All right, Pacific area radiation survivors. Of course, Mr. Celestial, I've been working hard on this issue, and it looks like we're right there at the finish line. So definitely want to get him on and amplify his voice. Also, stay tuned. Right after the break, we're going in with our good friends at 3 Squares Marketplace. Thank you so much for the Tuesday treats. And there's more on that coming up next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Hey, 920. Thank you to Three Squares Marketplace for bringing us Tuesday treats, Bree. Every Tuesday. Something to look forward to, as if, working with this great team that we've assembled here isn't enough. There's always that extra on Tuesdays. And today for Tuesday treats on the link, we are sample. Chalaquitas. Sample.
All right, let's try it.
And passion fruit. Let's go ahead and try the chalaquitas. Are you a fan of chalaquitas, Bree?
I am.
What's not to like, really?
Right. I could eat this all day. This is good. I love the chicken. See how thick it is and saucy?
Oh, it's thick?
Mm-hmm.
Can I borrow your spoon?
You can have one, but
Thank you.
Here you go.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to mix this up. I like the thickness.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It's thick.
The consistency is really...
Mm-hmm. There's some chicken.
And?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
Speechless.
God. Dude. Yeah, I'm speechless because I kind of gave up rice. And this is heaven in my mouth.
You like the chicken?
It's so good.
So, yeah, you can get the chalaquitas over at Three Squares Market.
Dude.
Over in Three Squares Marketplace in Tamuning. And this is just one of the many incredible and amazing dishes that they have there. I think we've eaten so many different
Look
treats.
at us. We've eaten so many treats. Look at me. That was good. And there's something else, Bree.
Yeah, it is.
Knock yourself out with that. Cookies.
Yes. Is it passion fruit?
These are passion fruit Laddystone cookies. These make a great Christmas present. Stocking stuffer. Maybe you got big feet to fit that in your stocking. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not too sweet.
Nope.
Shortbread, right? Shortbread. Can you taste the passion?
Is that what?
It's passion fruit. Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, and there's a few. We tried one of these with the chocolate, remember? It was like Laddystones, and it was chocolate. So go Three Squares Marketplace, get some chalaquitas for the office today, guys, for lunch maybe even.
Get it as a gift for your coworkers.
That's it. Get these cookies. Maybe you're doing a Secret Santa, or what's the other thing? Maybe you're doing one of those.
Gift exchange?
Thank you. The gift exchange thingamabob. And then you just get some of these cookies. Okay? And buy a bunch for your family. Go over there to Three Squares
highly
Marketplace.
recommend those. Those are really good.
They are really good.
Mhm.
Like, it's so easy. Oh, God, it's so easy to just eat the whole box. Right? Because they're literally just tear 'em and then on to the next. You can call 671. Don't forget the area code, guys. 671-646-2652. Or stop by Three Squares, a restaurant, for details. Okay? And remember, for all your holiday gift-giving needs, you can visit Three Squares Marketplace for the Laddie Stone cookie gift boxes. Okay?
Or
And-
pies or...
Yeah,
they
the
have their, oh, man.
the bread
pies are so
pudding.
good.
Remember
Yeah.
the bread pudding?
Mhm.
Oh man, the bread pudding was good.
Kelaguen.
Then the Kelaguen is awesome.
The salmon.
The salmon, wow, the salmon. This is crazy. This was like the biggest piece of salmon, and it was with brown rice too, right? Yeah.
Okay, I love all the stuff you guys are talking about, and
Yeah.
the reason I love it, more chocolate mud pie for me.
That's right. Yeah, and they have the chocolate mud pie, which go crazy for breakfast, guys. So for a quick breakfast or office meetings, rain or shine, call Three Squares for local soups and individual, family, or party sizes. Yeah, you can get this chilaquiles in a party size, fill up the hot tub, jump right in. Thank you, Three Squares Marketplace. It's 9:23. Quick break, and we're back with Robert Celestial next, right here on The Link.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network, beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms, as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio. Coors Light presents Uproar, the Sleigh Game Edition, Saturday, December 18th at Custom Fitness to compete head-to-head to determine who's the fittest. Visit guamtime.net. To purchase tickets for $15, visit us online. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Boca Box, Custom Fitness, Kill Cliff, Cherry Media Vision, ERC, and A-Tech Construction. Proceeds to benefit the Guam Volleyball Federation.
It's time to save on shipping. Support our local entrepreneurs. Find the best steals, deals, and unique products for your holiday shopping needs. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday marketplace is your hub for the best local gifts. Watch the Christmas Pops special airing through December 11th and streaming now across the stations and platforms of KUAM Communications. Visit KUAMChristmasPops.com and be on the lookout for local business profiles on our social media pages. Shop small and support local this holiday season.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a dance harmony. What's up, Juan? We're loving off today, and we're coming to you live from 994. Merry Christmas, Guam. Yeah.
That's Loving Off a Day when they still had Peach Fuzz mustache. Classic. We wish you a reggae Christmas. Yeah, man. Merry Christmas, Sabrina. Sorry, we're a little off book from that Chilaquiles. You know what? That's what we got to start. When things get tough, guys, and you had too much Chilaquiles, free Chilaquiles for breakfast, and it's one of those days, you just got to power through, man. You just got to power through, Jay.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah. 9:27. Robert Celestial joins us. So there's a.
Speaking of someone who has powered through for a very
Oh
long
my
time.
God, this guy has powered through. They thought he was cuckoo in the beginning, right? Downwind radiation. What are you talking about, Willis? But then it all, and you can't say it happened quickly. I mean, if you want to talk about someone who stood by an issue and walked it basically from its inception here on Guam to damn near close to the finish line. It's Robert Celestial of Pacific Area Radiation Survivors, PARS. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason. and good morning, Guam.
Buenas.
Alpha Day.
So what's the very latest? I know there was a big hearing there for, is it Speaker Terlahi's resolution?
Yes, it was yesterday, and she did a wonderful job. She explained everything, all the supporters, where we're going to go with bills right now, and it's HR 5338. It's from Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez, and she's from New Mexico. She introduced it, and it's going up for a markup this Wednesday at 10 a.m. in Washington time, Eastern time. And I hope and pray that during this markup that it goes through as a clean bill. Because in markup, they could add changes, deletions, or amendments, we just hope and pray that they don't, they could change it. I mean, it was even spoken of that right now the RECA program, the downwinders receive $50,000 for partial restitution. So the amendment that we have in right now is trying to increase it to $150,000. So we don't know where that's going to end up after this markup this Wednesday.
Yeah, Robert, but when they had that ceremony on the White House lawn, was that for the infrastructure bill?
Yes, it was for the signing of the infrastructure bill.
Right, yeah. When they had that, there was something, because we covered the national live stream of it, I believe it was NBC News, and they were talking about the bipartisan success of the infrastructure bill, and then they kind of went into other measures that have similar support, and one of the measures that they mentioned was the RECA, this whole set of bills that we're talking about, and how that it had so much support on both the Democrat and Republican side. So I know you're talking about markup and stuff, but I don't know. To me, when I see the national media kind of mention that, it bodes well, right, for the cause?
Yes, it does have bipartisan support. If you look at the Senate side, it has a Republican Senator Mike Crapo and a Democrat Senator Ben Ray Lujan. And in the House, it's totally bipartisan. We have totally support from both sides of the aisle. So I've been watching a lot of the hearings with different issues, and it gets out of hand sometimes. So I'm not sure, especially with the Republicans and Democrats always going at it. So I hope and pray it doesn't happen in this markup.
Do you foresee, any of the Congress people, senators, trying to block it or change it or move Guam? Or?
Well, I didn't hear that clear, Sabrina. Did I hear anything from which congressman?
Yeah, any of them that they might change anything during the markup hearings?
No. Well, what it is that we have two groups. We have the RECA working group. This is Lily Adams, and we also have our frontline community group, which is Idaho, New Mexico, Utah, and the Navajo Nation. So those two groups, we communicate and we explain everything. Matter of fact, we just had a meeting last week with Senator Ben Ray Lujan on Zoom with Colin Maxson and Senator Lujan's legislative director with our group. And so they're trying to get 60 votes in the Senate. And we also talked about House Bill 5338 that's going up for markup. And so they're working on the Senate side to try and get it, get the votes. So they're just waiting for the House markup, and hopefully it gets passed on the floor.
How crucial is this resolution going to be, the one that we had the hearing for yesterday?
Oh, it's very crucial. Matter of fact, the reason we need to get it in today is because I received an email from our groups, both the Frontline and RECA group, Lily Adams group, that the committee's asking for testimonies, letters. And matter of fact, I just downloaded 2 letters, one from the Alliance of Nuclear Workers and the College of Public Health of East Tennessee State. He was a professor that's been on the board, and these letters of support is to recognize and to go ahead and pass the RICA bill. And so there's a lot of there has been a lot of lobbying. A lot of organizations have written it into the committee. And matter of fact, there is a Google Drive that was sent to us. However, we're going to use our own Google Drive to compile all the testimonies for Guam and send it to the chairperson of the Judiciary, Chairman Jerry Naller. And so hopefully we'll find out what happens on Wednesday.
What about letters or support from the administration or from the Congress?
Yes, and anything. I mean, even from the governor of the University of Guam, anyone who wants to include testimony supporting the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act and to include Guam is very important because these testimonies will be sent to the committee, and it does have an impact if we have ours. Because I know Utah has done it, New Mexico, our counterparts from Idaho, Tona Henderson. There's going to be tons and tons of letters sent to this committee, and hopefully it'll raise raise a positive note that they will be able to say, hey, this is important. We need to move this forward, and go ahead and pass it as it is.
I mean, have you gotten the letters from the governor, lieutenant governor, UOG, or is it just something you said, oh, it'd be nice?
Well, I haven't heard from the governor's office or the congressman's office. I'm just putting this out because the legislature has till noontime. If they have been receiving a lot of phone calls, how to submit letters. And if you want to submit letters to the speaker today, this morning, before 12, they're going to be sending it out to the committee today, and if they want to extend it, it's up to them. I really hope and pray that people are listening and that they can get it out to the speaker's office. I did do a press release. I was hoping that it would get out yesterday, and we could get this. However, we had the public hearing, so all the sworn testimonies are going to be submitted from the members of PARS and for the public that testified that day. So I'm really happy that it's gotten this far. This is the first time it's going up for markup, and hopefully 538 gets on the floor, and I know that it will get passed. I think that once it gets to the Senate, then we're working hard right now with the Senate. We've worked really hard with the House, and we've gotten this far, and so we only have like close to 7 months, less than 7 months, right, Chris?
Yeah.
July 10th, 2022, this program ends.
Robert, could you just go over because maybe people listening, like it's pretty huge, the eligibility window and the payout, right? So if we could just go through the eligibility, like the dates you had to have been on Guam from, this time to this time, because maybe someone's listening and they don't know that, wow, they could be eligible for this, and maybe they write a letter.
Excellent. Yes, people of Guam, if you were here on Guam from 1946 to 1962, they detonated 66 nuclear detonations on the Marshall Islands, and the radiation fallout was detected here in Guam because it's secret. So it was discovered, and we sent it to the National Academy of Science, and they said that anyone that was in Guam during that time period should be eligible for compensation. So if you were in Guam during that time period, 46, 62, and you have one of the 21 diseases from cancer or other disease, chronic disease, then you may be eligible to apply through this program, which is the Radiation Exposure Compensation Program, when Guam is included. And what it does is that if you were approved, you will receive health benefits, which is free medical care, and if they pass it as is, it's $150,000. The current law is $50,000 for downwinders. So people of Guam, if you have a family or you yourself have cancer and it does fall in the same category as these cancers from the RICA program, then you may apply when Guam is included, hopefully this year or next year, in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. So I hope I made myself clear, Chris. Is
Pretty
that okay?
clear. Yeah, it's very clear, Robert.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna it's really going to impact the people of Guam. It's going to help. For matter of fact, for 20 years, a lot of people have passed away. A lot of our members passed away, and that's why we're working so hard. I know you mentioned in the beginning that people didn't believe this. I was painted a kook. Don't listen to this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking. But by the grace of God, we've got help. You, Sabrina, everyone else. I mean, we've gotten this to the national level. We still got to continue with the national, international level. And with your help, I know you have folks that are suffering cancer, have had cancer, and that's why we're doing this, is because the people of Guam are eligible to receive this benefit, and so that's why we're pushing so hard.
Yeah, Robert, I was going through the files, KUAM files, and I came across a bunch of stories from Sabrina. I mean, going back to, God, Bree, was it like 2003? 2002?
Or 2002, 2001. It's
Yeah.
almost 20 years.
Yeah, so you've been at this thing for, I mean, I think you need an award, Robert.
Yeah.
Well, we're not doing this for any award. I've been compensated. I was stationed in Inuitak, and I got sick, and so, but the powers that be, they gave me a retirement with disability, and VA has been very, very blessing to me, and so that's why I do this. Is that, if I'm going to receive these benefits from the VA and military, and I was there cleaning up the radiation, and I was exposed, and the people of Guam, were exposed but kept secret, and so they deserve this benefit. And that's why I do this.
Yeah, Robert, but a lot of people would have quit doing it the minute they got their payday. So that's why I think it's very important for you to be recognized for this tremendous effort. And thank you so much again for coming on. And anytime you need to jump on and use our megaphone to amplify your voice and get the message out, let us know.
I think I found the Blue Ribbon Report. Maybe we could share that link.
Okay.
To where people can look at. It's November 12th, 2002, and at the time it was former Senator Angel Santos and Senator Mark Forbes.
Bipartisan.
Yeah, Blue Ribbon.
Yes, that 97-page report is very important.
Yeah, so I'll share it, Jason. You can post this for people.
Yeah, we had a moment the other day. I don't know, it was just the other day where Bree and I were talking about you, Robert. I don't know if your ears are burning, but we were talking about exactly that blue ribbon and how she had covered this issue way back then when that report came out. And so anyway, just letting you know.
Yeah, I'm really praying that this goes through.
Yes, and I really believe it will. I mean, we've got all the support in Congress. And the blessing Chris and Sabrina and Jason is that Guam is still in the bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a hard fight, and it was the National Academies of Science that came out with their conclusion that really sealed it. Because if it was just me or anyone else, it wouldn't go as far as it has right now. So I thank God that we were able, as the Pacific Association members, we've been through a lot. They're going through cancer. They're suffering. They're and still they're hanging tough. And they sent me to Washington D.C. in 2004 through fundraisers, and we testified. We went there and we said, hey, you are the experts. You decide whether the documents we have in the testimony from Lieutenant Bert Schreiber, is going to help the people. And they did. And they didn't listen to the other scientists who said that no, Guam's too far, because back then we had opposition. But like you said, by the grace of God, the scientists there, Dr. Dupo, Dr. Preston, Dr. Isa Nabusi, and the other scientists decided, said, no, this information is true. The people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout, and so they deserve to be compensated through RICO.
Yeah, I don't know if there needs to be a movie about this or something, because I mean, going back to Schreiber and him having the courage to speak out and speak the truth, and it's just gone down the line. It's getting me fugu in here, Robert. But we're out of time. We got a sponsored segment up next, so thank you so much again for your time.
Thanks, Rita. Thank you. Thank Jason. Thank Chris.
Of course, Robert. Hogamos. Merry Christmas. 9:42. Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, and welcome back. Welcome to the show, and this is our health segment where our friends at FHP are bringing you the information that you need to know so that you may stay safe and healthy and live a wonderful island life. And we welcome to the show Dr. Marlene Sinicolas, a eye doctor. now that we have permanently established that and everything like that, Doc, welcome to the show. Happy holidays to you and your team over there.
Thank you for having me on.
Okay, and of course we've been talking about diabetes in a variety of capacities here on the show for the last few weeks, and today we're talking about diabetes and your eyes. I know my father had diabetes. Unfortunately, it was the thing that ended his life, Doc, for some context and everything. But I know as soon as he was diagnosed with diabetes, a physician, someone in your line of work, sat us down and they said, okay, there's a variety of things you need to know, A1C levels, taking blood samples and everything like that. But the one thing that was always emphasized was make sure we get your eyes checked regularly and let us know if you have any vision problems and everything. Broadly speaking, Doc, why is that such a big concern, and what does diabetes do to someone's vision?
Okay, so diabetes is when the blood sugar is too high in the blood. And the A1C kind of gives us a report card of how much blood sugar is floating in the blood system. When it does that, it actually weakens the blood vessels inside the eye. And when you weaken a blood vessel, that's the leakage. So if we find leaks inside the eye, which is the retina, then that's a concern that your blood sugar is not well controlled. So that's why they emphasize you need to get your eyes checked, you need to get your eyes dilated. And that's when we put eye drops in your eyes, we open up the pupil, we open them up, we widen them, and then we get a good look at your retina, and we're looking for leakage from these blood vessels.
And could this lead to, what type, how negative an impact does it have on someone's vision? Will it lead to like spotty vision, blurriness, or just, blindness in some sense?
Yeah, most people, they'll report intermittent blur. So sometimes that's the first sign of diabetes in the eye is intermittent blur. I've had patients come in and says, last week I just couldn't see with my glasses. And then all of a sudden today, my eyes are fine. So that would be the first sign that you may be having blood sugar spikes. And what that can do is it can swell the lens of the eye, and it makes the vision blurry. And then when your blood sugar is controlled, then your vision seems to return. Most importantly, that's just intermittent blur, but we get more concerned about the retina, which is that's what makes you see. And if we see leakage inside the retina, especially bleeding, cause for concern that you and your doctor are not managing your blood sugar very well. I get very concerned with that because even if I sent you to a specialist who treats the inside of the eye, you still need to control your blood sugar. And that's between you and your doctor. Because even with the treatment inside the eye, there's no, it can take away your vision.
Is this a problem, Doc, that could like come and go? Because most people on Guam, because diabetes is so prevalent in our community, most of us have taken care of someone with diabetes, or we know someone, and kind of the symptoms are if someone's blood sugar drops, they'll be sitting there and all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, like I'm getting the shakes. I need something to eat. Will the eyesight immediately, have some sort of negative effect on it, or is it more compounded? And if you don't take care of yourself over a period of time, then the eyes.
It's actually it's more gradual. Okay. By the time someone comes in to see me and says, I can't see, I'm like, how long have you been a diabetic?
Then you give them the tomorrow lecture, right?
Telltale signs prior to. Always give the tomorrow lecture.
There you go.
Because
tough love from the chamarita. That's the best way.
It starts at home. It starts at home. It starts with seeing your primary care doctor. By the time you come to see me, if you've had diabetes for more than 5-7 years and you've never had your eyes looked at, I won't know what I'm going to find inside your eyes. So at the onset of having diabetes, it is real important that you try, you go and see an eye doctor who can dilate your eyes and really give a good look at the back and make sure that we don't see any diabetes back there.
Well, that being the case, depending on how far along you are, in your walk with diabetes, let's call it, how often should a patient get dilated?
Usually in the beginning stages, if you, I know most of the primary care doctors, usually when you are diagnosed as having diabetes, they usually encourage you, please make an appointment with your eye doctor to get your eyes dilated. Dilated means they put eye drops in and they take a good look at the back of the eye. I've had patients come in who never had a dilated eye exam. And by the time I look in there, they have a host of problems going on.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's at a level where, I need to refer them out to a more specialized doctor, an ophthalmologist, for treatment of what's happening inside the eye. So it's very imperative that, dilation is part of a diabetic's eye exam.
Mm-hmm. Is cataracts, Doc, a necessary byproduct of the diabetic process? Because I know when my dad was going through it, my grandfather, his father, had pretty substantial cataracts, and then my dad got it eventually. I don't know if one, if A determined B, or that was just the impact of old age.
Diabetes, there is such a thing as diabetic cataracts from very high sugars in the blood, but oftentimes, the diabetes is onset, it actually is a complication of your diabetes, and it actually adds on with the age. So there's an age factor for cataracts, and then diabetes can compound it.
Okay.
If your blood sugar is uncontrolled.
Okay, so we know that we have to get dilated. That is a good thing. When it comes to just general care, of the eyes, and maybe the way you use your eyes, like whether you read a lot, whether you spend a lot of time on the iPad, on the laptop these days, if you are diabetic, what are some general tips that you might want to provide to our viewers, just about making sure that you can keep your eyes in like a pretty good tip-top shape?
Well, for me, to take care of your eyes, number one, you got to get enough sleep, enough rest. Number two, you have to have a good balanced diet, number three, you have to make sure you get your health checked, because you don't want to catch underlying health problems that can affect your eyes. And then number four, you do want to take breaks from looking at computers and screens, and go out there and look at nature, and get your eyes to look out, beyond the screen or outside the house.
And it's carrots that are supposedly really good for the eyes, right?
Carrots, not really carrots. I normally tell the kids broccoli is better.
Broccoli, okay.
Greens are better for the eyes. Carrots is high in vitamin A, but the dark green vegetables have the lutein and the zeaxanthin that are very, very, very good for the eyes.
Okay. Well, Doc, we're going to let you go, but thank you so much for the expertise. And pardon the pun, but I was like, you want to make sure, everybody, that you take care of your eyes, especially if you are diabetic, and you see learned professionals like Dr. Marlene St. Nicholas, because you don't want her to have her eye on you, because she is going to give you that tomorrow lecture.
Well, I do have my patients who come in and they're ready for it.
Oh, well, and we appreciate you taking care of our community. And once again, happy holidays to you and your team at FHP.
Thank you, Jason. Happy holidays.
All right, adjust. Thank you so much, Doc. And please stay tuned, everybody, because we will wrap up this episode of The Link when we return right after this.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Kill Cliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tomoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The Novena to the Christ Child, a podcast series on KUAM Communication, a local Christmas tradition reimagined with all 9 days available on demand on the KUAM Podcast Network beginning December 6th and streaming on all our digital media platforms as well as nightly at 7 p.m. on Isla Digital Radio.
It's time to save on shipping. Support our local entrepreneurs. Find the best steals, deals, and unique products for your holiday shopping needs. The Christmas Pops virtual holiday marketplace is your hub for the best local gifts. Watch the Christmas Pops special airing through December 11th and streaming now across the stations and platforms of KUAM Communications. Visit KUAMChristmasPops.com and be on the lookout for local business profiles on our social media pages. Shop small and support local this holiday season.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Coors Light presents Uproar, the Sleigh Game Edition, Saturday, December 18th at Custom Fitness to compete head-to-head to determine who's the fittest. Visit guamtime.net to purchase tickets for $15. Visit us online. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Boca Box, Custom Fitness, Kill Cliff, Cherry Media Vision, ERC, and A-Tech Construction. Proceeds to benefit the Guam Volleyball Federation.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Hafa This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. If you're struggling to pay rent and utilities because of the pandemic, your government can help. Our Emergency Rental Assistance Program provides direct relief to you. To date, over $6.9 million has helped over 1,500 households.
Apply online at eoa.guam.gov or call the Department of Administration's Emergency Rental Assistance Program at 671-638-4518 or 19.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Dokumu Pacific. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Get ready to run or ride to 22 with the Miles Challenge. Join the challenge from now till January 31st to rack up those miles on foot or by cycling. Runners can choose from 100, 200, and 300 miles. Cyclists 300, 600, and 900 miles. Go to mileschallenge.com to select your challenge and register today. The Run and Ride to 22 Challenge is brought to you by Uproar, Trench Challenge, Killcliff, and KUAM Communications. Donation proceeds to benefit the EMC Cancer Foundation. Guam is good.
On the Breeze side, we're KUAM FM and Agotni Guam on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this episode of The Link, which was proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. It's been another great show. Tomorrow is a government and Guam holiday. We're still working, though. Yep, Link rolls on, okay, in honor of Santa Maria Comelin. We'll be right here. We're going to be sharing a lot of the stream as Our Lady, the Sacred Feminine, makes her way around the island tomorrow, okay? It's Tuesday, December 7th for Sabrina, Jason, and Joser. My name is Chris. This has been another one, and another one. Leaving you with doubts. Doubt. Está. Adios.